Hello, nurse.
All right. Happy Tuesday. We're back. It's Tuesday. The microphone appears to be working. It appears to be at a good volume. Maybe could go a little higher. The captions also appear to be working and fairly accurate so far. Fantastic. Okay. Just a moment. Welcome. We're here. The video has started. There's now something to look at. Not much, but we're here. Good afternoon or day. Hello, morning. Greetings on whatever part of the day you're experiencing. I'm experiencing afternoon. It's 14:09 for me. Twinderella, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. 30 months. That's a multiple of 10. That's a long time. That is a long time. Functionally, I also need to turn the sound off on the phone over here, which is like chat at the sync. And anyway, it just chimed. It just chimed. Let me scroll up and say good day and hello. This is where the stream started, right? Yes. It's so weird to me. It reloads all the things like goodbye, bye from the last stream. In my view. Anyway, Mr. Miami Cool, welcome in. Hello. Sofluff, good day. Welcome. Nice to have you. I hope your Tuesday's good. Rachel, welcome in. Welcome in. BB girl. Rachel BB girl. Thank you for saying hi. Chodrella, hello. Sita, welcome. Sita Lee, welcome in. Are we using everyone's full name today? I don't know. Take me through the gate. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Good afternoon. People, you know what time zone they're in. Confident what time zone they're in for one reason or another. Carly, welcome in. Mr. Miami, I love the like the Buddy Jesus reference. Jane, welcome in. Jane, how did your cake turn out? Happy Tuesday. How did your cake turn out? How did your friend enjoy being on stream? As someone who has had friends join me on stream before, they warm up to it, and usually they're okay. I hope it was a good one for you. Today's just like a long... Wait. There it is. Okay, I think my mic was off. That was weird. What was the last thing I said? Is he talking to himself? I was. I think that sometimes... my mic... I don't know. Sometimes I like hit... I don't even know. I don't know why it goes off. Relevant to the thing I see...
I'm in danger.
You're gonna be popular.
Yeah, maybe I didn't charge that one. Let's try this again. I can't. I've already started talking. I can't just go back to the welcome screen. Anyway, this mic should work. Watch. This is like a magician, all right? Like, we're live, right? It's on. I think what I did, I think maybe I pushed the button on it. I don't know when I was putting on my hat. Anyway, I was reading Jane's assessment of the cake and how the raspberry was the OP, and I was starting to say that I feel like I love raspberry as a jam because it is crunchy. It has like a different texture. So I can imagine that to be true. And she had a blast. Amazing. Amazing. That's great. I think streaming with other people who are not streamers, who are not like, not that I've ever streamed IRL or like alongside someone else who is also like has a Twitch profile, but I find it fun to like stream with friends. I'm glad you had a good time and happy belated. Sofa says I just sent the kiddos outside Playhouse. His second life. Oh, that is very kind of you. And if it's at the neighbor's house, it's something that your kid can just be like, there it is, and see it. And it's not like, it's been ripped away from me forever. Fudge Drawing, welcome in. Who's knows? Hello. Okay, the mic should be working now. I'm like keeping an eye on my computer where the little monitor bar is. Let's plug this one in and see what happens. I'm holding it as if it's working. Mic seems great. It does. Sofa, thank you for this shout out. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We love supporting other streamers here. I'm gonna plug this mic in. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I just had a moment where I wanted to show you all the thing of baklava that I had set aside for today, but I ate it. There's another one. I have another one, but I specifically set aside a little container of it. I was going to eat a piece of it, so like I wanted it. Mr. Knox, welcome in. Is that a pillow? It's not. This is a filter. It folds flat. It's a fabric filter, a cone-shaped fabric filter, and so it just goes in like that. Like that. It's called the coffee sock, and they last for like months and months. And they're way less expensive overall than continuing to purchase Chemex brand paper filters. So, who knows has a clear understanding of what makes the bot tick, which is good. That's a good thing. Cyborg, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 12 months. 12 months in advance? Cool. That's great. Thank you for being part of the channel. Tier 1 sub. We love a tier 1 sub. A sub that's just like someone hits the actual subscribe button. Those are cool. Those are really cool. The rest of them are cool too. Don't get me wrong. But we love a regular sub, Cyborg, and I appreciate you, and I'm glad you're here. I kind of wish it wasn't called the sock. I know. It doesn't smell like it though. So there's at least that. We're gonna make a thing of coffee for the refrigerator because I'm out of it. We're out of it. The house is out of it. The house is out of it in a lot of ways. But generally speaking, we're out of specifically coffee. Baker, welcome in. Good to see you. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I know it's Tuesday. I know for a lot of people the weekend is like way far away. Way, way far away. Today is a bit of a project day. Like I said, it's a make coffee, start ice cream. Like we'll do ice cream prep. It needs to cool down in the fridge for a little while, the mix. So we're gonna make the coffee first, and then we're gonna jump right into making ice cream. So like an hour and a half from now, we're just gonna have the ice cream mixed and made. If you have been here before, you'll know why I'm laughing, because I'll just fill the space with noise. I have a canary melon that I want to cut up. That's this yellow one. I was at Reading Terminal this morning, and the person was like, the person who was checking me out at the register, who worked there, was a very helpful, someone I've talked to a bunch. Usually when I finish checking out, they're like, see you soon. Anyway, I was purchasing a cantaloupe, and she goes, how about you go back and get one of those canary melons? They're only $1. And I was like, okay. And I did. It was like the softest sell ever. She was like, you're just gonna go get a canary melon. And I was like, I'm just gonna go get a canary melon. And then I did. But Calvin loves them. And so it wasn't like I was like, oh, they're $1? Okay. I would have like planned to use more of them if I'd known that. But anyway, I had a canary melon for $1, and we're gonna cut that up and put it in the fridge. Also, I think that they were trying to get rid of them. If I'm like, when I went over, there weren't that many left, and some of them were soft, and I was like, got it. That's why they're $1. Lemon, welcome in. Good day. Good day. Sofa, thank you for the shout out to RSP Reborn. We appreciate it. Who knows? That person was like, I was just like an easy mark. I was a very easy mark for them to just be like, you know what? Excuse me, you're going to buy a melon. And I was like, yes, I am. I was thinking of whatever the scene, there's like all the scenes in Star Wars where, stuck the landing, where you see like the Jedi and they're doing the like, these are not whatever. These are not the droids you're looking for or whatever. And that's what she did to me. She was like, you're gonna go get one of those canary melons, so $1. And I was like, I'm gonna go get a canary melon. She used the Force, I guess. What do they taste like? Cita asks. They are sweet, and as I've experienced them before, they're a little bit softer than a cantaloupe. They're a melon, but they're mealy is the wrong word. They're just a bit softer in your mouth. They're less crispy. Like a cantaloupe has that crunch to it, and the canary melon really doesn't. Okay. So they're a bit lighter and sweeter. I kind of find them like also really liquidy too. So Jane says, after the ice cream stream, we bought a ton of honeycomb ice cream online from Van Leeuwen, and it gets there tomorrow. That's amazing. I love that you can just buy ice cream on the internet and like they'll ship it to you. I know that you can do that with all sorts of things like meats, right? There's like whole businesses made out of that. But it still kind of amazes me that it's just like, yeah, we're just going to ship this frozen thing directly to your door. Yeah. We got it. We stuck the landing. Was I wearing this hat? Yes, I was actually. Whose knows? And it says "Hey Chat" on it, and I got asked there was a guy who works at one of the meat place, and he was like, oh, you stream? And I didn't remember that I was wearing this hat, and I was like, what? What do you mean? I was like, why did you ask me that? And he was like, your hat. And I was like, oh, right. Like, I was freaked out a little bit because I was like, is there like a sign on my back? I don't know. Oh my God. It does match the Melanie's nose. You're right. You're right. Consistent identity? Am I saying your name right? Maybe. What's your coffee of choice? That is a chock full of nuts can. In it, it has coffee from the head nut, which is this time around, it's a Reading Terminal Market blend, which I don't know. I don't recall all of the what that's in it, and it is like a bunch of different blends. That's all. Healthy scoops. They were. I always use the same ratio of water to coffee for this particular Chemex because it comes out really well, generally. So I'm weighing it under here. I'm weighing it 60 grams of coffee and then 1,100 grams of water. 1,100 milliliters of water if you're into that sort of thing, like the metric system. Slinka, welcome. I just got a kiwi smoothie, but my mom dropped 2 thirds of it. Oh no, that is quite unfortunate. I would be very upset. A smoothie for me is something where if I'm having a smoothie, I like really wanted it. They're not in my rotation of consistent like foods and things that I eat. So I only really have a smoothie when I am like, oh man, I really want a smoothie. That would be so. Oh, I'm sorry. That would be so sad. Consistent. The pour over. I like the pour over. I just make this ahead of time. And put it in a container for the week. So I, for my own coffee habit, I recently started drinking like a cup of coffee a day. Again, after not having caffeine for a long time. And so my little coffee pot, I use like a little Bialetti pot. One of these, except it's missing the bottom half because it was on the stand. This thing. I use one of these in the morning. I just have like one of those, and that's like 1 mug worth of coffee. But I make the pour over for the refrigerator for my partner who drinks coffee every morning and doesn't particularly care all that much about like whether it's been refrigerated or fresh or, you know, what kind of bean it is. I don't really care either, but this is just a way to make like 5 cups of coffee at once that's easy. Mm-hmm. And doesn't require me to have another appliance on the counter. So, I like it. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you had a good one. An alchemist, yes. If this here was gold, I would have 1,100 grams of gold at the, and that would be a lot of gold. Is 1,100 grams of gold a lot? I don't actually know. Ecclesius, hello. For any new folks whose names I said out loud, if I'm not saying your name correctly, actually for anyone, literally anyone, if you've like been chatting on the stream for a year and you're like, it's weird that he calls me that. That's not how I read it. You can tell me that. generally speaking, and I'm not going to be put off. Like, hey, could you say my name this different way? I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it. To re-tether the visual of your name to the pronunciation in my brain. But yes. Anyway. Okay. Almost done this coffee. So what else did I have on the plan today? So I'm going to make ice cream next. I'm going to make the base of the ice cream. We're going to do the cream, sugar, egg base. Salt, vanilla extract, cantaloupe. And I am going to put that in the refrigerator. That has to cool down for a couple hours. It says 4. I think we could probably do 3. Anyway, I'll do the ice cream. I have a canary melon, like I mentioned. Oh, I did start saying this already, but I only got to the part about the canary melon, and then we derailed into like other tracks. So we're swimming back upstream now, and we've returned from talking about Reading Terminal and coffee and all that. We've returned back to where we were with the canary melon. So got the canary melon for $1. Great. I was very happy about that. Cut that up. Then I'm going to see what time it is. I'm going to make dinner tonight. So dinner is going to be baked cod with mashed potatoes and cabbage, like a Cole Cannon sort of situation, but without actually calling it or being Cole Cannon, although I'll probably say that again. And some sourdough bread with butter. Just really simple, straightforward. We were going to be, I was going to do that for dinner tomorrow. It is not going to be dinner tomorrow because I don't need to feed Gwen and Calvin tomorrow. Yay. So we're going to do something else tomorrow instead. And I actually don't need to pick up Calvin from school tomorrow either. So I'm thinking tomorrow might be an IRL day because it's supposed to be beautiful in Philadelphia. I have a whole list of stuff that I really would like to do, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about what we're going to do tomorrow. Okay, so dinner. If I don't need that much time for dinner, or like we finished those other things and it's quicker than I thought and blah, 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 I have some knives to sharpen. My friend Drew bartered a few knives in return for some other stuff, and not what you're thinking, not that either. And so I need to clean those up and sharpen them. They haven't been used for a while, and they're old. So they're also Sabatier knives, which are carbon steel, so they are like they don't look great. They don't look bad, but I wouldn't use them for food. I do need to clean those up. I want to clean them and sharpen them. So I'd like to get to that too. And we also need to hopefully make the ice cream, put it in the ice cream maker. So that's the goals of stream today. I'm thinking that the knives are the one that is out. That are the knives. Based on timing, the knives are the ones that the knife sharpening / cleaning is the thing that's going to get cut, because that is the only thing that doesn't deal with food, like things that are in the refrigerator. Those knives have been in my drawer for maybe like 2 months at this point. And I've had them on my to-do list, my kitchen to-do list for a while, but I just haven't done it. So we're going to hopefully do that today. And if not, it'll stay on the to-do list and the knives will stay in the drawer. Cool. So that's the plan today, generally speaking. We're going to, I'd like to do an IRL tomorrow because it's, like I said, it's beautiful. And I was thinking of some other stuff. So we'll also like talk about that in a second. Maybe we can have some options. I just haven't decided where my energy's at tomorrow. So. We can do anything. The world is mine. Hopefully. Hopefully. Sidda. But I like the way you say it. Well, I will try to keep that in mind. If you're like, hey, that's fun and I enjoy that about being here, and it's like a cute little thing that I enjoy about being here, then I'm happy to keep saying it in the way that my brain formed it the first time. It's fair. No option 3, Mr. Miami. No. I forget what the first 2 options were in that section, but I'm pretty sure it was some sort of innuendo. How do you make ice cream? You make ice cream with a big ice cream maker. I have a thing that it's this. Hold on, I have it on the counter over here. In preparation, one of the ways you can make ice cream is get yourself one of these bad boys. I should be on QVC. QVC is a thing that I'd like to do for an IRL stream. Go there and do like a tour. My friend Drew and my other friend Rajiv and I have been like talking about trying to go get them to give us a tour. That was a total non sequitur. Anyway, ice cream maker. You put the ice cream in a little container in the middle of this. Then you put ice around it, and then you put the motor on top. This motor on top, and it spins and spins and spins and spins and gets cold and keeps things churning, and eventually it makes ice cream. After about 20 to 30 minutes. So we flipped 9 out today. It is practically balmy. 30 centimeters of snow. No, stay away. Snow, like in March snow is like, oh my God, are you kidding me? It's always weird because if and when you get March snow, which we don't very often, but I know that you do, it's like piled up and you're wearing shorts the next day. Creme Village, should I say hi to you? Hello. I think I did. I might not have. If I didn't, hi. If I did, hi again. You can put that one in the bank. Jordy, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. This ice cream maker is kind of fancy, Jane. I didn't buy it myself. It was a gift. It was purchased for me as a gift, and it took a while to use it, but I'm now like trying to use it. What I'm doing today, what I'd like to do today, is make a batch of cantaloupe ice cream, and if it turns out well, I'll keep it, and if it needs a tweak, I'll make it again. The reason is that someone close to Calvin is getting a surgery 2 weeks from now, and their favorite ice cream in the world is cantaloupe ice cream, and I want to like make them some ice cream for a treat during that recovery period. So I'm also like, I just want to mix like that. It came out of that was the motivation. But I am also like, I have this ice cream machine. I kind of want to like make some ice cream. We can like, why not both, right? But I was talking to him at one point, and we were talking about cooking and food, and he was like, you know, the best ice cream I've ever had in the world. And it was like we were talking about dinner or something, and he was like, what is cantaloupe ice cream? And I was like, okay, that's cool. And he's like, I don't even care. No specific kind, just good cantaloupe ice cream, whenever I can get it. And I was like, all right, I can work with that. So that stuck in my head. And then I found out he's getting surgery a couple weeks later. So I was like, oh, cool. We'll just make this guy some ice cream. How does one discover they like cantaloupe ice cream? I think they see it. I don't know. It feels like something I would just order, though. A Ninja Creamy. Those are supposed to be very good. This one is called the Nostalgia. And it comes in a bucket that actually functionally does nothing. The wood slats kind of like fall out of it when you take it out of the box, because it's just a plastic tub insert. It doesn't actually have. It's not actually wooden staves holding in the ice in this era of ice cream making. Ooh, gelato. Yeah, failed to win. Hello. The gelato is I find I love gelato because I feel like you can mix in more of like whole fruits and stuff like that. Ice cream is good. I don't know. I've never made gelato, so we're just sticking with the ice cream because I don't have a gelato maker. I've never had cantaloupe ice cream either, so this will be a first time for everybody, right? Splash of Midori. Yeah. A little bit of one of the recipes I read was like, put a little vanilla in there, and if you don't have any vanilla, just try some vodka. And I was like, all right. Sounds good. Robbie, welcome in. Drink more, cook less. It's good to see you. Hey! 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 That's 100 check-ins. Thanks for hanging out. You get some confetti. Good to see you. Thanks for being here for 100 check-ins. That is Cookie Club guaranteed this month. Box of cookies if you want it, or a credit to the merch shop, or to gift subscription to any channel. You can take your pick. But I'm gonna write your name down. And if I missed your multiple of 120 when you checked in today, you need to tell me. Because like I said, if I missed it, you need to tell me. And sometimes what happens is I see someone have like a very small number. Like I saw Jordy checked in today and it was 141, and I was like, did I get that one? I did. I got 140 from the last stream. And I know that because I wrote it down and I crossed it out. It's in Discord right now. In the entry tracking channel under the Cookie Club sub heading. Pistachio gelato is top tier, Jordy says. You can't change my mind. I have not yet had pistachio gelato. I've had pistachio ice cream as recently as 2 days ago, and it was very good. Okay. Because I sure don't remember. Hey, I don't remember things if I don't write them down either. That's why there is like an entry tracking channel in Discord. That's why I have a note card directly in front of me, because I don't remember any of that. I don't remember any of that in a meaningful capacity. Ice cream recipe. This is it. I got this from, where did I get this from? There's no URL on here. Oh, there is. There it is. Icecreamfromscratch.com. Right? This is a good. That's the first thing I think of. I was like, that seems like an authoritative URL. I'm going to click on that. And then they had a lot of information on the site. And I was like, yeah, I can use this recipe. This recipe makes I can use this recipe. This recipe makes 6 servings. 6 servings. I don't know how many, I don't know what they count as a serving, but I bet it makes 3. 2, possibly, if you're like an ambitious little ice cream eater. Guilty. Chill the ice cream bowl for at least 24 hours. You should not hear any water sloshing around. Oh, okay. So this is a different, like, what's the word? They're expecting me to use a different tool than the one that I have. Got it. Okay. Boris, hello. Welcome in. Yes, welcome in. Hello. I hope this ice cream turns out well, honestly, y'all, because it was the last one. I made 2 batches of ice cream before. One of them was very good, and the other one I chilled too much. I put too much salt on the ice and it cooled down too fast, so it froze and got crystalline. So we're not going to do that today. If anything, we're going to go longer today with the actual freezing. Millie Imperio, welcome in. Am I saying your name correct? I hope so. If not, you can correct me. Name amnesty. That's what we're doing today. Am I pronouncing your name incorrectly? You can tell me. Today's the day. Any day is the day. Add the cantaloupe to a food processor. Blend until smooth. I don't need 3 pages. This page just has, hold on. I need to write down, this comes from ice cream from scratch.com. Okay, and what's today's date? March 25th. I keep anything I print out. I keep, and I've got like a whole big pile of recipes that are totally not organized at all. Every time I have to go through the thing, I literally have to go through the entire pile. Usually they're in chronological order, and I just put the ones that I've made recently on top. So, add the cantaloupe to a food processor, 2 cups of cantaloupe diced. Strain the cantaloupe puree with a sieve and set aside. In a medium bowl, whisk together the egg yolks and granulated sugar until smooth and pale and yellow in color. Add the milk and salt to a saucepan over medium heat. Bring the milk to a simmer and then remove from the heat. Be sure not to boil. Add about a half a cup of the hot milk to the egg and sugar mixture and whisk constantly until combined. Then add the tempered egg mixture back into the saucepan with the remaining hot milk. So, we are starting to make this in a saucepan. A bowl and a saucepan. Heat the saucepan on low, stirring constantly. Heat until the base has thickened enough to coat the back of a spoon. This should take a few minutes. Strain the mixture into a bowl to remove any pieces of egg that may have cooked. That's a good note. Add the heavy cream and vanilla extract and stir to combine. So you're adding the heavy cream and the vanilla after you've taken it off the heat and strained it. Cover the bowl with plastic wrap, making sure to have the plastic wrap touching the surface of the ice cream base. This will help keep it from forming a skin while chilling. Ugh, creepy. Refrigerate for at least 3 hours or until cold. Before churning in the ice cream maker, add in the cantaloupe puree and stir until incorporated. Okay, so the first thing they tell you to do is process the cantaloupe. I don't need to do that because you add it 3 hours after you do the rest of the things. So let's make the cream base first. Throw that in the fridge for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and then I'll put the cantaloupe in the food processor. Right? Churn the ice cream mixture in the bowl of your ice cream machine according to your manufacturer's instructions. Mine took about 20 minutes until it is thick and the consistency of soft serve ice cream. Hell yes. Spoon the ice cream into a shallow container or loaf pan. Press plastic wrap or wax paper to the surface of the ice cream. Freeze for at least 4 hours or until solid. Let sit at room temperature for 5 minutes before serving. Okay, so we may not eat this ice cream on stream today. I regret to inform you. If we do not get to this ice cream on stream today, we will get to this ice cream on stream on Thursday. Not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I might be in the kitchen tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's start. Because this tells me I need 3 hours to cool this thing down. That puts us at an absolutely ambitious 1830 for popping this in the actual ice cream maker. We're gonna try. Hold on. Let me back up. We're gonna try this today once it comes out of the ice cream maker, regardless of if it's fully solidified or not. It says when it's the consistency of soft ice cream, and I don't know about y'all, but soft ice cream is really delicious. So I'm going to definitely try it. What I'm not going to know is whether or not it is the right consistency to give to someone as a gift until later today. Okay? Fair warning. The more I talk, the less knives we're sharpening today, by the way. Robbie says, for Christmas, Dana got me a small ice cream maker that makes just a single serving at a time. How long does that take? And that sounds amazing. That sounds way better. That sounds like one of those appliances that I would probably. Here's what would happen if I had one of those. I would use it like every other day for 2 weeks, and then I would decide that I needed to get a larger one. And when I got the larger one, I would literally stop making ice cream because it's more work. But I'd be like, I'm cleaning this thing all the time. Anyway, Millie says, I never did actual ice cream, but I can 100% recommend to put frozen raspberries, some cream, and a little sugar and lemon juice in a mixer. That does sound amazing. Smoothies are basically thick and healthy ice cream, which is, you know, frozen raspberries, cream, and a little sugar. That sounds like a good smoothie too. But once you put it in the blender with milk, then it does kind of turn into cream. The sharpest dad in the shed. Thank you. Sprout the cantaloupe seeds. Cantaloupe sprouts. Oh, okay. Okay. Requires a 2-hour chill time. So it's not like on-demand ice cream. Got it. Some one-use appliances do rock. I agree, 100%. There's some of them that are just like, that are great. So we're not going to do the cantaloupe first. So in a medium bowl, whisk together the egg yolks and granulated sugar until smooth and pale and yellow. Add the milk and salt to a saucepan. How much liquid do I have ultimately here? I have 1.5 cups milk, 1.5 cups heavy cream, this is all that, or anyway, the heavy, I need a small saucepan here because I only need to be able to put 2 cups in here. And if I have a smaller, if I use this saucepan, this small one, this one has a thicker bottom, right? And will hold the heat a little bit better, so I can use it at a lower temperature than, I can just use it at a low temperature and not burn things. Fail to win. This is a Chemex. It is full of coffee at the moment. Eventually, I'm going to drain that out and put it back in the fridge. Okay. First things first. I'm gonna move this griddle off of the stove. Let me kind of reset over here. I need eggs, sugar, milk. Egg, sugar, and milk. Then we add the hot milk to the egg and sugar. Then we add the tempered egg mixture. When do we strain the mixture into a bowl? Add the heavy cream and vanilla. Then, okay, when do I add the salt? Milk and salt. Okay, add the salt at the beginning. Got it. Closer to the beginning. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. I see you said hi. I did not see that when you said it. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. But I see it now. Hello. Egg, sugar. Wow. Okay. We're gonna do. Where's that other sugar? Nope. Hold on. I need to do. Okay. I need to do a stream where I literally clean out the baking cabinet and like the dry goods cabinet, because I did that a literal year ago, and right now it is it's just like it's like 5 grains of sugar away from collapse. Just it's so close to everything is falling out in the tidal, like a wave of shit. It's dangerous. Yolks, eggs, sugar, milk, salt, vanilla. Vanilla is the other thing that's not close in. It is. Oh god. Back into the cabinet. Where's the vanilla? There's the vanilla. Okay. Woo! We've escaped unscathed. Okay, let me get my hands washed, and then I'll strain the eggs, and we'll move. Failed to add custard, basically. Yeah, yup, basically. It is, it is definitely... Shit. Hold on. All of my towel... Okay, one of the other things I need to do, if we have time today, is fold some towels. Because they're literally all in the dryer right now. Like... I'm not kidding. They were in the dryer. Today was also a laundry day. Anyway, I need a towel for my hands, so we'll do that. We'll do that later. And during the next ad break, I'm gonna put a load of laundry in the dryer because it's ready to go in the dryer now. Anyway, let's get these eggs done up. 4 large egg yolks. And then I'll take the egg whites and we'll put those in a separate container. Mr. Splits. The Philly cheesesteak ice cream, you know, we might have found one that just won't work. Because I don't know about that thought exercise. Wait, medium bowl. Hold on. I don't need the second container. I just can put the, yes, I do. Shit. Oh my God. Instant raspberry ice cream. Yeah, so it's like Billy, it's like a sorbet, right? That's kind of what you're describing. Would be amazing. A sorbet. We love a sorbet. I'm gonna put these egg yolks in a medium bowl. Have a cup, add the egg, saucepan, heat the saucepan, strain the mixture into a bowl, add the heavy cream of vanilla extract. Okay, so I am going to add everything to this bowl at the end. Everything's going into this bowl. We're adding the sugar and egg yolks in here. And we got it. All right, I'm back. The mac and cheese milkshake was so bad. A Philly cheesesteak ice cream. Okay, let's indulge this thought exercise. How would you make a Philly cheesesteak ice cream? I have some ideas. I think that you would make a regular ice cream base and you could use mascarpone as the cheese to mix in. Or something else, something like soft, right? Soft and sweet. Maybe goat cheese, a good like goat cheese, because it's kind of tangy, might work well. And you could do a, not like cooked shaved beef, but maybe like jerky. You could put beef jerky in it. And that's your cheese. And then pieces of some type of bread. A nice like soft roll. Maybe. That would be like my closest interpretation that I cut, like top of mind. Cyborg says I had some cheddar ice cream a few months ago. Not a carnivore, but I could see it being good with like a candy bacon. Yes, yeah. Oh, even better, candy bacon. Damn. Now we're. What do the kids say? Now we're cooking. They don't say that. I messed it up. Did I mess it? Wait, or is it something about letting someone cook? I don't know. That's all I want. I just want to cook without being like, I don't know. Hassled. Okay, whisk together the egg yolks and granulated sugar and pale yellow. How much sugar? 3/4 cup of granulated sugar. To the scale. 3/4 of 1 cup of granulated sugar. 1 cup of granulated sugar is 198 grams. 198 times 0.75 equals 148.5 grams of sugar. Ah! It broke. Oh well. Well, it broke on the counter and not over the pot, so this sugar is still fine. Sometimes, sometimes things happen and you're like, that's fine. I don't really like these things. And they're kind of a pain to move in and out of the cabinet. And now I have one less of them, so like, okay.
None of this matters.
It's true. Anyway, let's put 148.5 grams of sugar in this bowl and we're going to move on. And we're not going to put the lid back on this. Because it doesn't exist anymore. Man, how long did it take me to finish that sentence? Basically forever. And that's why I'm frustrating to talk to in real life. Okay, sugar is good. I don't think I need the rubber ring seal on this thing anymore. Do I? Oh, that's a bad idea. Don't shoot that at the camera. Can I shoot it over the camera? Yes. Okay, let's whisk these together. Then we're adding the milk and salt to a saucepan over medium heat. All right, how much milk are we putting in the saucepan? Let's put that in here. Now, milk and salt. 1.5 cups of whole milk. 1 cup is 237 milliliters, so 237 plus 118, 355, 355 grams of milk. Not Getty, welcome in. Hello, good to see you. Cyborg, I see your switch down in hand. We're going to do that starting now. Jane says I had mango and cheese ice cream in the Philippines. Mango would be really good. I was unsure of the combo. I would be too. But do you know what kind of cheese it was? 45 grams. I think it said 100, maybe 145. I'm not sure. 355 of milk. A couple containers of milk here. 355. That's too much. That's too much milk. Okay. That's the right amount of milk. And salt. How much kosher salt? 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt. So this is going to go on the stove. It's not going to be, I'm not going to turn this on yet, because if I turn this on right now, I'm going to forget that it's there, or it's going to start burning, and I just don't want it to burn. Right? But that's next. In a medium bowl, whisk together the egg yolks and granulated sugar until smooth and pale and yellow. Milk and salt. Done. 1/2 cup of the hot milk to the egg and sugar. Done. Not yet. Tempered egg back into the saucepan with the remaining hot milk. Heat the saucepan to low, stirring constantly. Heat until the base is thickened. enough to cook the back of the spoon. It should take a few minutes. Okay, so we're whisking constantly. I don't need any additional ingredients. Strain the mixture back into a bowl to remove any pieces of egg. Okay, so let's get a strainer. Strain that back into a bowl. Add the heavy cream of vanilla extract and stir to combine. Vanilla is here. Cover the bowl. Okay, so everything is out. The cream is going to go in here after we finish with the milk, the tempering of the milk and the egg. So good. We're good to go. Really enjoy your lurk. Lurking is always appreciated, it says, and I mean it. And I mean it. We love lurkers here. I'm a big lurker myself on the Twitch and appreciate anybody who lurks. Jane says it looks like they use mild cheddar cheese or Edam cheese, queso de bola. Mild and salty. Salty would make sense with the mango because mango is really fantastic with like a little bit of finishing salt on it. What am I doing? Stop moving around. Okay, let's dominant hand. Let's do the egg. I'm just poking at buttons here. All right. Whoop. There it goes. So we're just going to do this until it is smooth and pale in yellow. Pale yellow in color. Get out of here, keyboard. I don't need you yet. You too, mouse. Smooth, pale yellow in color. This is definitely smooth. It's pale, rather. And smooth. Almost smooth. Ooh. I'm not used to using my left hand to stir. I'm doing all right with it, the rhythm, but the motion is tiring. Shayna, welcome in. Good afternoon. All right, that looks pretty smooth. Relatively smooth. I can still see sugar granules in here, but they don't need to have been absorbed. It's just a consistent texture throughout. Broccoli, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. That's not how that commercial goes, but we can allow it. All right, let's come back to, what view do we want here? Let's come back to this one. I'm gonna set up the stove and then rinse my hands, and then we're gonna start with the milk on the stove here. The milk. All right. All right, come on over to the stove. Belly flops, welcome in. Good day. Good day. We can keep it a good. It is a good day. Hopefully it's a good day. I hope you're having a good one. If you're hearing the sound of my voice, I hope that it greets you pleasantly. All right, we're going to add the milk and salt to a saucepan over medium heat. Bring the milk to a simmer and then remove from the heat. Be sure not to boil. Okay, so we're going to add this to a saucepan over medium, which is, let's see, this is low. This is high. That's burning weird. This is high. And so medium is right about there. Right about there. And it says to stir constantly. Bring the milk to a simmer. No, it doesn't say stir constantly. It just says It just says bring it to a simmer, which we can absolutely do. Good afternoon. It is just after 2 for some folks. It's just after 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for me. 3:08 according to my stove, 3:08 according to my microwave, 3:17 according to my watch, and 15:08 according to my brain. Okay. Love your whole camera setup. Thank you. The only camera, the one that is the main camera right now, this one, is the only one that's an original camera from my first stream. This camera has always, since stream number 1, been the stove camera. It's been the same exact camera forever. And it's kind of wild. I know that I love this camera, I know that I love this camera, and I almost kind of want to have it as a sort of memento, because I am going to get, or recently acquired, they're still at the P.O. box, a face cam, a new face cam, Elgato face cam. So I might actually just retire this camera before I actually destroy it completely. Because this camera has been through it, and I kind of want to I want it to be still functional. I don't want to kill it completely. But what that does mean is I'm going to upgrade this camera, this one, at some point soon. We'll see. We'll see. It's consistent. It does. I use 24-hour clocks everywhere I can, and I use that in my thinking when I'm calculating between different times of the day. I made an effort to do that probably maybe more than a decade ago, and I've just sort of retrained my brain to do that. Same thing with using Celsius and kilometers. Ports, welcome in. The camera emporium, right? The camera emporium. Yeah, I believe they're here, but not in my possession yet. That's why I have a P.O. box, because otherwise they get stolen off my front step. Beth, welcome in. Good to see you. People get surprised and they see the 24-hour clock on my phone, but I love it. Yes. I have I started doing that a long time ago, because it was like a couple times in a single month or two, I set my alarm for the wrong time. And I was like, I'm not going to do that again. We got some steam coming up. I don't know if that is translating here, but there's a little bit of steam. Hold on. Ready for this? If you're motion sensitive, I should say that before. I should say if you're motion sensitive, maybe look out before I move things around. But that view will give you a bit of, maybe get a bit of steam in there. Bellyflop says, I'm a 24-hour clock person from working at the hospital, but never use it with other people because they usually don't understand. I know. And I love doing that, because I like using it when I can, but I understand you. I used to put the times of the stream in Discord as 24 hours, and I used to use it in emails and kind of type it, but now I sort of passive aggressively put 1 p.m. ET. Because I resent using the 12-hour clock, but I get that not everybody understands the 24-hour clock, and more to the point, not everybody will do the math in their head. Yeah, this is definitely a steamy review. I've got a little bit of bubbles that are coming up around the side here. But we want to be simmering, but not boiling. How not to curdle the milk. Yes, exactly. Basically. And we have an ad that's going to run on Twitch about 3 minutes from now. So what we're going to do is finish this. We're going to add the milk to the egg and stir and whisk constantly until combined. Then we're going to add it back into the saucepan, and we're going to heat the saucepan, stirring constantly while we have a quick ad break. Okay? Because that should take about 3 to 5 minutes to do that, and that'll bring us through the ad break, so you can just watch it thicken in the pot during the ad and during words on stream. Billy says, I didn't know there were parts in the world where it's not used. The 24-hour clock. Yes. Yeah, the United States. But there's a lot of stuff that we don't do. And I'm not going to wade into certain things right now, but like the metric system is just something we don't do either. All right, this is steamy, I would say. Very steamy. And we are looking at we're a few seconds away from actually having a simmer. So I'm going to incorporate this into the eggs now. Okay. Yeah, this is depending on what your definition of simmering. Some people say simmering is just steam coming off. Some people say it's like a small rolling boil. I know there's like a technical definition for it. But I think we are about good here. Yeah, Twinderella, I had the experience the other day of a bit of a like, ha ha ha, gotcha. Gwen set her alarm for PM instead of AM recently, and she came downstairs and she was like, oh, I set my alarm for 6:30 PM. And I was like, ha ha, see? So sanctimonious about it. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Hello. All right. Add about half a cup of the hot milk to the egg and sugar mixture and whisk constantly until combined. Hold on. Oh, hold up. Belly Flops, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Tier 1 regular subs, the one where you just push subscribe, best kind of subs in the world. Second best kind of subs in the world, Italian. All right, we are combining. That was with the right hand. Let's try it with the left hand. The metric for measuring is a lot easier. I agree with you. I agree. Metric is so much better and more precise. And also you can scale it like mentally a lot easier. No more ads. Yay! We love no more ads. We do have an ad coming up. It's going to start in about 30 seconds. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add this tempered egg mixture back into the saucepan, and we're going to heat this on low, stirring constantly during the ad time. It's going to be on the stove, and that is how it goes. We're going to run a game of words on stream during the ad. If you're watching on YouTube, link to that in chat. You're not going to get an ad. Okay? However, if you're not watching on YouTube, you're going to get an ad. It's going to start right now. See you in 3 minutes. We'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right, egg is tempered. On low. On low, it says. Sorry. Burner is on low. Very low. Very low. Okay, I'm adding. Holy crap, y'all. Chill for a second. I'm still, I haven't even dumped the egg yet. Making me come back and hit new game. The program that runs the music just decided to crash. That's fine. It's crashed or what it's doing. It's taking forever to load. So we reloaded it. Let's start again. All right, it says whisking constantly. I'm also going to start a timer here. Like a count up timer. Okay. While that's still a little bit low heat, let's start the music and come back to OBS. There we go. All right. Now we're going to stir constantly. If anybody, someone who's looking at chat right now, there's a message from the bot that says like support the food and drink community on Twitch. Can you tell me if that link still works? If that actually takes you somewhere? If anybody's willing to click that, it'll take you to Twitch user voice page on the Twitch site. I haven't checked that link in a while, and I'm not sure if that actually is still a functional link. Hey, if you were watching on Twitch, welcome back. Your ad should be over by now. Our Words on Stream game is over, and we are. Thank you, Carly. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. Also, go vote. All right, we're doing the custard from the for the ice cream still. It is on the stove on very low heat, and the only thing that you missed was nothing. What did I do? Oh, I had to reset the music. Conversationally, the only thing you missed was me talking about resetting the music. Anyway, this says over low heat, stirring constantly until the mixture will coat the back of a spoon. Well, it's not quite coating here yet, so we're getting there. I'm at 2 minutes now. I have a count up timer going, which you can't see because it's not lit up, but it is. There it is. It's counting up. It's counting up, and I'm expecting maybe like 3, 4, 5 total minutes at most for this. I do have it on low though, and I am pretty vigilant. It's not boiling at all. Any of the bubbles that are in here are basically from my stirring. Just trying to keep the sides and the bottom from getting any type of buildup. I'm just kind of stirring slowly and scraping the bottom of the pan. I'm at 3 minutes now. So this is custard. What's in this pot is egg yolks and sugar, milk, and salt. And that's it. That's all that's in here right now. Ellis, welcome in. Welcome in. 225 check-ins. That number is satisfying. I like that number. Not just because of what it represents, but because of its the fact that like 25 is like a quarter. It's kind of like a nice, easily multipliable, divisible, whatever number. My brain likes it. You have those numbers that are like, you see it and you're like, that's a satisfying number. 225 is a good one. All right, so this looks good. Let me actually get let me get a spoon. I was gonna get a white spoon, one of those white plastic spoons, but like, I really won't be able to tell. So here we go, spoon. Is it coating the back of a spoon? I would say that is coating the back of a spoon, wouldn't you? Yeah. Okay. Yes. It doesn't even come off when I... get off of there. Okay, let's come back over. Let's come back over to the counter here. And we'll do the... So we added the tempered egg mixture back into the saucepan with the remaining hot milk. Now we heat the saucepan on low, stirring constantly until the base is thickened. Should take a few minutes. Strain the mixture into a bowl to remove any pieces of egg that may have cooked. Okay, so we're going to strain that mixture... into the bowl. Yeah, so I always like to look at you look at these things before you put them away, but I'm like, what was the last thing I strained in here? And is there any like little stuff stuck in the strainer? Particularly because I use this for like a lot of things. So it's like, do I want this to taste like soup stock? Yes or no? No. 51 is divisible by 17. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, it is. By 3. Oh, that is satisfying. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate it. Okay. Strained into a bowl. Hit that with the whisk a time or two. And then let's also get watch this bout of dexterity. I'm holding a pot and the strainer. And my non-dominant hand and things are falling. Hold on. But we did it. We did it. Ha ha. Got it. Okay. All right, that looks good. We're going to revisit this strainer later when we get to the cantaloupe, but that won't be for a little while. Okay, add the heavy cream and vanilla extract and stir to combine. Okay, sounds good. Kitchen juggling, I know, right? I tried to juggle on stream one time. It was not successful. All right, how much, what do we add here? Add the heavy cream and vanilla extract. Okay, vanilla extract. How much vanilla extract do I need? 2 teaspoons, it says. And I am actually going to measure this because I don't want to add like extra liquid to this, generally speaking. Add the heavy cream. How much heavy cream? 1.5 cups of heavy cream. Where do I put that heavy cream? There it is. 1 tablespoon is 15 milliliters. Yes, obviously. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the weight. Looking for the weight. I am going to go ahead and add the heavy cream using a cup measure because I want to actually get the right amount, and heavy cream is not just a name. It is denser than regular cream or than milk or water, and so I can't use the same like milliliter conversion as I could if this was a more liquid D type of ingredient. So we're going to use 1.5 cups of heavy cream. More to the point, what I'm going to do is add 3 half cups of heavy cream, because if I fill this all the way up, it's harder to keep it in control. Cover the bowl with plastic wrap. Refrigerate for at least 3 hours. Okay, so nope, milk doesn't go in the sink. Milk goes in the fridge. Heavy cream goes on the bottom shelf. All right, we have the vanilla in here. We have the heavy cream in here. We have the sugar. We have the egg yolk. We have the salt. We do not have the cantaloupe, but this is ice cream right here. If you drank this, it would probably taste like ice cream, which I will do now to confirm. It does. Oh my God, that's so good. What? Oh, I bet I just broke the noise gate on my microphone on that one. Oh, and that was good. I should not have done that. I want to drink this whole thing now. No. I'm not. But I want to. Oh, that was truly delicious. But we're going to do the right thing and put this in the refrigerator. Chug! Oh God, no. Have you seen the YouTube? Have you seen the YouTube's like chugs, the big chugs guy? The guy who's like literally just like chugs things. I wonder what the most viscous liquid that person has ever chugged is. Like, have you tried molasses? Have you tried honey? If you chugged honey and drank like that, if you drank that much honey, that I feel like would be bad for you. Is that understating it too much? Add the heavy cream to stir to combine. Okay. Have the plastic touching the surface of the ice cream base. Generally, I like this bowl for like resting things in because I can put a lid on it, but I'm going to take the actual advice that they're using in this recipe and put not just a lid, or I'm not going to put a lid on here. Excuse me. I'm not going to put a lid. I'm going to just put this plastic wrap down loosely, press it up against the bottom of the liquid, press it up against the liquid, and then press it against the side of the bowl. Okay. Add the heavy cream. This will help keep it from forming the skin. Refrigerate for at least 3 hours until cold. Okay. I'm going to put this. See, this is the part where like knowing your refrigerator more specifically is similar to knowing your oven. I know that the very coldest part of my fridge is back here. So I'm going to put this back here to cool down. I'm also going to get the ice cream bowl, the container that the ice cream maker uses, and pop that in the freezer, because that will help chill. That will help keep things cold too. If this is frozen, I have ice. I don't have ice. I need a bag of ice. Okay, that's fine. Separate problem. Hours from now. If this is frozen, the cream itself is cold, and the ice has the right amount of salt, but not too much salt to freeze it too quickly, then it will be it'll be really nice. So all the little elements, if you can combine them, will help make a better, bigger element. Nobody else has noticed this today, but this overhead camera is misaligned. I can't believe no one mentioned it. Gosh. Better? Yeah, that's better. I bet. You're looking at it now and be like, what changed? What changed is that you can't see a little sliver of the side of the counter anymore right here. Anyway. Uh, things are aligned on this stream for a reason, because they're, because they have to be for my mind to be able to watch my video. Is peanut butter chuggable? I bet it is. I bet if you warmed it a little bit, it certainly would be. Horrifying. Horrifying. I saw peanut butter powder in the head nut today in Reading Terminal, and I was like, that would be like my kryptonite. Just like throwing a thing of peanut butter powder up in the air, like, and then like escaping like a fucking Bond villain. Meanwhile, I'm like, it's, anyway, I'm allergic to peanuts. TLDR. Binary says, do you want to hear I messed up as a 30-something-year-old adult? It's funny. Sure. Yes. If it is a story that's not going to cause me to be like, why did you just type that in chat? Sure. Use your discretion. Use your discretion. Swap it with some sun butter, Baker. Yeah, I was thinking of sun butter, because sun butter, when you leave it out of the cabinet, it stays a little liquidy. Some of it does. The corn syrup chug lemon sounds like something I want to watch in complete horror. Alley Cat, welcome in. Natural peanut butter. Yeah. The Jif stuff, the Jif like extra creamy peanut butter. Not that. Powdered death. Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically. You could melt the peanut butter. That is true. Like, melting it would be great. If you want to... For chugging purposes, warming it a little bit would probably be nicer. I don't know if better is the word I want to use, but nicer. More tolerable. Take your pick. Okay. We made coffee. Let me take the filter out of here. Binary says I'm out of socks and ordered socks off the Macy's or UK equivalent. A multi-pack of socks, and the package is just children's size 6. Oh no. That is super unfortunate. I'm assuming that in this story that you do not wear a children's size 6. But you could no, there's really no way to rectify that. You got to return those. Or you can just leave them sit on sit in a part of your domicile that is I intend to do something about this space until the window to return them opens, and then you can feel bad about it and maybe donate them somewhere. Chugging boba. Oh god, just the boba. But you have to use the straw. Can you imagine? You couldn't use the straw. It wouldn't work like that. But it would be funny though. Not adult size socks, size 6. I wear adult clothing. One assumes. Sometimes you make assumptions. That's what I did assume that out of your story. So we're good. We're on the same page. CDOS says, I can wear boys size 6 shoes. There's a weird... The sizing's so strange with children's sizings. There's like a youth and children, and like basically Calvin used to be like a size 9 and now he's like a size 0 again, but like his feet are larger, but you just like jumped up a whole division. It's like in the youth size or children's size now. There's like infant, children, youth, children, adult, I think is, at least in the US, like that's kind of how most shoe sizes go. Because this is the internet, I'm not revealing the size of my feet. Fair. Probably for the best. Sock puppet time. Yes. Well, I was like, what do you do with those? You donate them somewhere. If you don't return them, like Someone will take those. Brand new socks. Brand new socks are always a big thing in like any type of shelter or donation situation. So it is. There is an outlet for your mistake, unless you return them, which is also the reasonable thing to do. Everybody it's sock puppet party. That sounds fun. That sounds like actually that does sound kind of fun. All right. Here's my to-do list today. Yes. Put them up and sew 2 socks together. Also potential. However, they might feel a little wonky in your shoes. Let's prep the cantaloupe though, because that requires an appliance, and I can make that, put it in the fridge, we'll get everything ready. When we're done, we can just dump one into the other. And also, functionally, if I'm juicing this cantaloupe, I want the juice to be cold too. Because remember, we're trying to get everything cooled down as much as possible without over cooling it. So, a balance. Anyway, cutting this up and getting this into a container is going to be the right move. Right now, I have some cantaloupe in a container. I'm going to cut this up first and see if this is as much as I need, because this might be all that I need. And if that's the case, I don't need to cut this cantaloupe today. This cantaloupe is not, if I was cutting the cantaloupe just to eat as a like snack, I would not probably cut this yet. It doesn't seem to have ripened quite enough, but like for ice cream and putting it in a food processor, I think it'd be fine. Regardless, this cantaloupe is a lot riper and better for our purposes if there's enough of it, and it looks like there is. I didn't look at how much was left in there before I bought another cantaloupe, but I know that when I buy melon, Calvin just eats it. Like I just have it in this container like this, in these slices, and he will just like come into the fridge and grab a whole chunk of it, and he sprinkles a little salt on it and then eats it. So I can just cut up all this melon, I'll put it in a container in the fridge, and that'll be plenty. Like it'll get eaten. Anyway. Joe, welcome in. Good to see you. Are we making for an adult party? No. This is for one of Calvin's karate instructors who is having a surgery coming up. And what I'm doing right now today is kind of evaluating this recipe for whether or not it's good. If it turns out really well and I like the results, then I'm going to save what I have today. And if it's not quite right, then I will figure out what I did wrong and adjust it, and we'll make it again next week, because he's not having surgery until the week after this coming week. Anyway, I still have like enough time where I can make this again, and I'm making a small batch. I'm making a relatively small batch today, at least as small as I see it. It says it makes 6 servings. So let's cut up the cantaloupe that I have first. I'm going to end up cutting up probably the other one anyway, but we'll see. So this says 2 cups of cantaloupe diced. Doesn't say what size dice, so I'm just doing a smaller dice, not the smallest dice that I could do with a cantaloupe, but like, you know, we're working on it. Kathy, welcome back. Welcome back. How's your week going? How's your work week going? Tatsu, welcome in. Hello. we're making ice cream right now. That's what I'm working on in this moment. Actually not working on the ice cream itself. The cream for the ice cream is already in the refrigerator. Pause. Long enough time. It's only been in there a short amount of time, which means that I can start a count up timer on my timer here, and that will tell me how long it's been in there. Because what will happen is in like 30 to 90 minutes, I'll be like, oh, when did I put that cream in the fridge? And then I won't remember. So anyway, putting the cream in the fridge at, time-wise, call it 1540. Okay, well that is... What's that? How was that noise? Oh, that's the wind. Damn, that's weird. Okay, that is 3 cups of diced cantaloupe. I don't need that much. It says 2. It also says to not go overboard with how much cantaloupe you put in. It's like, there's going to be enough of it. You'll be fine. Don't put too much because then it will end up being too liquidy. So they're very specific about... Very specific. So we're going to just keep it... I'm going to keep it to 2 cups. And then we will just cut up that canary melon, because the canary melon's the one that needs to be cut up today. And before I do that, I'm going to wash my strainer, because the juice needs to be strained after it's been liquefied. So let's wash. I'll wash this strainer real quick, and then we'll be ready to do a cantaloupe. That's what, I hope your lunch was good. 2 jobs is too much. Kathy, I can absolutely understand that. You need a nap between them. I love a nap. I fully support all napping. Any kind of chance you can take a nap, do it. Do it! Okay. I'm going to put the cantaloupe in here. Well, I probably could have put this in a blender too. Like, that would have probably worked just as well, but this is fine. This will liquefy. Just as well as a blender, but slower. And actually, no, it won't. Not as efficient, but it says blend until smooth. That looks pretty smooth. We're gonna, where's my spatula? There it is. I'm gonna scrape the sides of this down. Scrape the sides. Scrape the top. Scrape under the lid. Scraping the sides. And then I'm gonna blend this again for another little bit here, because it is, I still see, there's tons of chunks in here. So it's like the longer I blend it, the more liquidy it will get, and that's a good thing. The more you blend it, the warmer it gets too. So good that we have some time to refrigerate this. Strain the cantaloupe puree to the sieve. All right. Add the heavy cream. So we are at refrigerate until 3 hours until cold on the cream. Before churning in the ice cream maker, add in the cantaloupe puree and stir until incorporated. So the very next thing that we do is take the puree and put that into the mixture. The milk mixture, heavy cream mixture. Then we churn it. And then we do however long the churning process takes. It says to pour the ice cream into a shallow container or a loaf pan. All right, I think this is maybe as liquidy as it's going to get. Let's scrape down the sides again. I'm considering what to do with this ice cream because I think I want to put it in the loaf pan, and I'm wondering if it's just calling for that for a specific. I'm wondering why they're calling for that, because I think I have. I don't know if they got. Actually, don't know if they got delivered. I was gonna get. I think I ordered for today little ice cream pints, like paper pints to put things in. So I may have those available, but I'm not sure. And if I don't, I think what I could probably do is put it in like a shallow pan so it cools and solidifies, and then maybe just like scrape it out, kind of let it warm for just a little bit, like 5-10 minutes, and then scrape it out of that pan and like scoop it as like a softer but still solidified version of itself into those pint cups. That's probably what I'm going to do. So I think the other thing about ice cream is having it cool down consistently, like slowly and kind of all at the same time. I feel like one of the things that happened the last time I made it, the very last, most recent batch, which was more complicated and had an overnight cooling involved for the mix. That I feel also became a little icy because I cooled it. It was like a inconsistent cooling. Like it cooled real quick on the outside, but then because the container was like big, it didn't cool for a while on the inside. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, but I do feel like I want to maybe follow the directions exactly on this one, even though it's not sort of the final place that I'm going to put the thing. Does that make sense? All right, so we're doing a straining of this solid material, and it's still giving up a lot of juice. So I'm going to put this back in the food processor, the solid stuff in here, one more time before straining it again, because there's still quite a bit in here. There's maybe like a half a cup, quarter cup to a half a cup worth of material in here. So let's put that back in. Actually, let me get my blade first. It's funny, Calvin has been playing chess a bunch recently, and I just said the word material. And you know, when you like, I don't know if kids are very much like this, but once they learn something, they get the vocabulary for it, and it helps, right? Because it helps being able to talk about the game or talk about anything. When you have like when you have the right vocabulary for something, it makes discussing that thing easier. Anyway, he now will say, when we're playing chess, to me, he'll be like, "Oh, I have a material advantage," and I'm like, shut up! I know you're way better than me at this. At the moment, he is, and probably forever will be. Anyway, but he'll be like, "I have more material than you," ha ha ha, and I'm like, come on. I know that's the right term, but you can say pieces. It is cute though. I love when kids sort of discover something and like really get into it. He's very into chess at the moment. He's also extremely good at it, which is a nice check on my ego, generally speaking. I'm gonna blend this for about 30 seconds, maybe more. I just want to loosen up any farther material I can get here, liquefy anything a little farther. We'll strain the balance of this one more time, and then we'll move along. Next thing is going to be to cut the canary melon. And pop that in the fridge. All right. That's good. We got all that we can get out of this one. Let's get this blade into the sink. Okay then. This is like still just a solid mass in here. I think I'll use the dowel. I forget what it's called. The thing that goes into the sieve that presses it against the side. I know there's a term for it. I don't actually know what to call it. I don't know what its technical name is. There we go. But this thing. I'm gonna mash that around on the inside. So this is where I'm doing right now. It's got all this stuff in, mashing it around, pressing it. It's got juice coming out the bottom. And then this mash that's in here, the remainder of this, I'm going to literally put this in a glass and drink it with some sparkly water. Because this is like the good stuff. All right, this is good. From all of those big chunks of cantaloupe, I have this bit of solid and this bit of liquid. You can't tell how much liquid is in that bowl. That, and then that. I'm gonna chug the pulp. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna eat it. It's like, still got a ton of, it still has a ton of flavor and deliciousness in there. I'm not going to do anything else with it. I'm not going to compost it either. Hold on. Before add the cantaloupe puree. Okay, hold on. Add the cantaloupe to a food processor, blend until smooth. Strain the cantaloupe puree with a sieve. Okay, so I am assuming this is the puree and this is the remainder. I'm going to go forward with that assumption. I feel like you could, because when I hear puree, I think of a more viscous solid, like semi-solid, not semi-solid, a more viscous liquid form. Like if you gave me a cantaloupe and like make a cantaloupe puree, I probably wouldn't strain it. I would probably just put it in the blender for a very long time and not do anything else. Allow this pulp to be part of it. So I'm sort of like, is this puree or is this juice? To me, I would call this juice. If I was writing the recipe, I would refer to that as juice. I would, me personally, as a person making this recipe, I feel slightly confused as to the word choice. Puree has substance, Baker. Yeah, exactly. If you gave me two liquids, I would, and the puree would feel heavier in your mouth. There would be some texture to it as well. That's how I would experience it. Mix, welcome in. Good day. Good day, puree. All right, I'm also going to add a few of these cantaloupe chunks in here because, like, why not? And yeah, I'm going to fill this with sparkling water in a few moments. I don't need this anymore. Oh, we got some good dishes over here now. We're going to put this cantaloupe back in, and then we'll cut up the canary melon and just dump it into the same container. Team juice, indeed. And we were having this conversation, about juice. The juice the other day. We weren't. Did I bring that to stream? I forget if we talked about this. I was having a conversation with someone at the park about whether or not lemonade is juice. Whether or not you could, in any context, refer to the beverage lemonade as juice. I don't want to start an argument, but I had an immediate response that I justified afterward. Anyway. Mix, congrats on your new mobility. That's a cantaloupe. Don't cut that up. Congrats on your new mobility. Your return to mobility, I should say. It's not new. You were mobile before, and you are again. And that's amazing. It's been processed, Baker. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling on it. If you squeeze it, it's juice. If you process it, it's puree. Cyborg says lemonade is just as much as juice as a lot of BS stuff people call orange juice. I agree. That was my point. My point in the argument was that if you can call something that has like 10, 15% juice and the rest of it is like water, then you can call lemonade juice. But an aid is a specific thing. So I think lemonade is a subset of juice. If we're talking like kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Species is lemonade, limeade, orangeade, whatever aid. That's a species. Genus is probably something else. And then like above that is family is like the juice family. Jane says no orange juice at the store. Huh? If you can call juicy juice a juice, you can call lemonade a juice. Full end of the argument for me. I don't call either of those juice mix sex. Well, I don't either. I call them lemonade. But if we're conducting a thought experiment about, is lemonade a juice? That was the nature of it. It wasn't like what you call it. I just call it lemonade because like who the hell doesn't, right? Liz, enjoy your reprieve from meetings. I was about to say enjoy your meetings. Probably not the encouragement you're looking for. Hello, welcome. I hope you finish your meetings and that the outcome of your meetings is that everyone understands your position clearly, agrees with you, agrees to do the thing that you're saying, and that you get no additional responsibility. I hope that's how your meeting goes. And I hope your day's going well otherwise. Cyborg says aids are juices, but juices aren't always aids. Exactly. It flows in one direction. That's my thought. Mix says juicy juice is cocktail or juice drink, which is a completely different regulation than juice. Right. It's not called juice here, by the way. Juicy juice is the brand name. There are regulations about that too, but I don't know what they are specifically. But I do know that like there's the 100% juice in the store, and then there's the like other stuff, juice beverage. If you're calling it a juice beverage, I think that from a marketing perspective, still like you're still calling it juice. I get that technically you're not calling it juice exactly. You're not saying fruit juice, you're saying fruit juice beverage, but nobody reads the third word in that description. Right? And if you're doing the labeling on the package, it's just like fruit juice beverage. So we persist. All right, speaking of juice, we're gonna put this cantaloupe juice in the fridge. We're gonna put this cantaloupe juice somewhere in here that isn't gonna get bumped. There we go. All right. And now we're cutting up a canary melon. This is a canary melon. Mix, I know. We're there. What kind of fruit is this? This is a canary melon. It is bright yellow on the outside. It is pale yellow, almost green on the inside. Is that color on screen relatively the same as the one? Hold on, I'm gonna hold this one up here. I'm gonna hold this one up to the screen. Yeah, they're roughly the same. That color on my screen anyway looks about as accurate as it is in real life. Is juicy fruit a juice or a fruit or a gum? It is a lifestyle, Cyborg. That's what it is. It's a gum. I'm positive. If it's a juice-based gum, it's a juice-based gum like Juicy Juice is a juice-based beverage, which is to say very little, if any. The family played the Let's Do Semantics for fun. Yeah, that is always a fun game. That is always a fun game. You got to watch out for where semantics run into playing devil's advocate, right? Which like lots of people do. It is kind of honeydew-like. Liz, I would say this has a very soft feel. Honeydew is firm, like cantaloupe is firm. On the spectrum of like firm to really mushy, the canary's like, I don't know where I started. Firm, mushy, canary's like here. So it's like farther into the mushy camp, but not so far in that it's like, oh, why is it like that? Look, it does. It looks exactly like a spaghetti squash. Yeah, and it's like the same size and weight too. But this one is good. It was on sale. It was $1. Okay. Notes. Sweet. Kind of falls apart in your mouth. This is the type of thing you can take a bite and press it with your tongue. And that will start the mastication process. It's not very intense of a flavor. It's like really subtle. And it is extremely liquidy. Way more liquidy than a cantaloupe. Like you can see, this piece has been sitting here, right? And I can't tip this completely vertically because there is liquid that is pulled inside of it. Mixed with that crowd at home, I'm surprised you got a word in. Probably had to fight for it, which makes adulthood more interesting. It was a dream and a nightmare in debate club. I did not join debate club. I feel like I would have been interested in it. I did get mind tricked into buying the melon. She was like, you should go grab one of those melons. And I was like, I should go grab one of those melons. And I did. I was in line. She was checking out all of the stuff. All of my stuff, and it was a good suggestion. I appreciated it, and I think Calvin will appreciate it because he loves canary melon. It doesn't say canary melon on the sticker though. It says, hold on, I put the sticker down somewhere. I didn't throw it out. I put it down on the counter somewhere because I noticed that it said something different and I wanted to come back to it. It is called, what do the stickers say? Nope, just kidding, gone forever. What the actual hell? Okay, at some point today, what's going to happen is I'm going to find a sticker. Yeah, it's not in the trash. Is it stuck to me? Oh, there it is. I found it. It's on the towel. It's right here. A Miko melon. This is what it says on the sticker.. This cute little critter. also represented. Sweet and juicy from Brazil, it says. All right, that sticker can go on the outside of the bucket next to the one that says Tarto. Okay. Time to repaint those nails. Oh, I know. I know, it really is. Kathy, I think more to the point, it's time to take these off. Because we're hurting here. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. To be fair, I mean, I got these done almost a month, I think a month ago at this point. So they did good. They've done really well. Several of my nails though, where the paint has come off, have chipped and like totally shattered. And so I'm a little like, gotta start taking care of my nail beds again. Annoying. But yeah, I'm probably going to take the color off of here. I wanted to do it yesterday and I didn't. I thought about doing it today and I didn't. So one of these streams, I'm just going to have nice plain nails again. And then we'll do something different at a later time. Oops. So this melon that I'm cutting up isn't for any specific purpose. This is just like snack melon. I just don't like cutting it all the way up before putting it in the fridge. I sort of keep it in these big chunks because this is like a good serving, right? And Calvin can and does, as do I, when we have melon like this in the house, this just stays in the fridge and we just open the lid, take one, eat it, close the lid. Like, it's sort of just I'm looking in the fridge, here's something super easy I can grab while I'm thinking about it. That is really good though. I got the melon because the person at checkout, I walked up to the checkout and the person saw that I had a cantaloupe and she was like, you should go grab one of those canary melons. They're $1. And I was like, okay. And I did. And I think that they were on sale or scratch that. I know that they were on sale because they're not usually $1, but I think that they're on sale because they didn't have all that many of them left and that they're like ripe. They're ready to go right now. For $1, I'm buying 10 of them. Right. The problem, Mix, was that I was on my last stop of the day. I had my little cart with me, like my literal market cart. I don't think y'all have seen the market cart. Have I showed y'all the market cart that I use? Anyway, I had a cart and it was like full. It was like extremely full. And so I couldn't I couldn't have grabbed much more than them. If I'd have known that there were canary melons on sale before I went to Reading Terminal today, I would have, and I would probably have like planned on it, right? I had my cart and I was on the bus, so like I could not recklessly buy all the canary melons that I did very much consider buying. So I did think about it. It was, I was really close. I was really close. Okay. Ice cream is made. Canary melon is cut. Okay. We have a few things left. So I have to make the ice cream with the ice cream maker, but that is easy. So that process is like just going to happen. It's not just going to happen. I mean, it's going to happen an hour and a half from now, roughly. 2 hours from now, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 2 hours from now. We're going to finish the ice cream. We're going to make the ice cream in 2 hours. I now would like to do a couple things. I think we have time to clean and sharpen some knives. So we are going to do that. in the time between this exact moment and sharpening some knives, I'm going to wash the dishes in the sink and put them in the dishwasher. And while I'm doing that, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch and have a game or 2 or 3 of Words on Stream. When we come back from Words on Stream, I'm going to prep all my dinner stuff. So I'm going to put some water on for mashed potatoes. I'm going to cut up my cabbage. I'm going to get the cod and put the cod in a dish for the oven because it's in the freezer right now. But basically, I'm going to get ready to like fire the dinner. We're going to do all of our prep for that and get ready to just like make it. Dinner tonight is baked cod, sourdough, a mix of 2 different types of potatoes, mashed potatoes, and cabbage. I haven't decided how I'm going to cook the cabbage yet. I was thinking of roasting it for like a very, kind of 400 degrees, like 10, 15 minutes, salt, pepper, olive oil, on a sheet pan, and then mixing that in. I want to do like a Cole Cannon type of thing with mashed potato and red cabbage, because I have potatoes and half of a head of red cabbage. So I'm just going to mix those together. So I want to prep those ingredients, and I'll also get the sourdough out. We'll slice that. Then we'll clean and sharpen some knives. Then we'll make dinner. So that's what's coming up next. My plan today is to stream until about 1700, 1730, maybe. Just so like from a timing perspective, we're doing kitchen projects today, as the title up here suggests. We made coffee. We made the cream base for ice cream. I just finished processing cantaloupe, cutting up a canary melon. So we're a little ways in. Next thing is going to be dinner prep. Then we'll clean and sharpen some knives. Then we'll do dinner. At some point in there, I'm going to fold towels, but we'll do that during a break. Okay. Speaking of breaks, we're going to do one of those in just a few moments. Nick says, I would have brought extra porridge. Come home, dice it and freeze it and blend and freeze. Yeah, like having it for smoothies is great. That bucket of melon that I have in there, if that's still in here in like 4 days, I'm going to cut it up and I will like cut it farther and freeze it for that exact purpose. Oh, Mix, I love in-season fruit like that. That sounds like a great thing. I ate a whole bag of cherries and half of that cantaloupe last night. I didn't even think about it. I was just like, in just like a trough. Cashew milk and frozen melon. Sounds amazing. We were talking about sorbets earlier, and sorbets and gelatis were the things we were chatting on earlier. Okay. Speaking of breaks, which I wasn't just then, but I am now. We're going to have a quick break. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We're going to start a game of Words on Stream. Here comes Words. If you are on Twitch and you don't want to get an ad, you have some options. You can subscribe to Twitch Turbo. You can subscribe to this channel, or you can go watch on YouTube. Anyway, here comes a quick ad. We'll be right back. I'm going to do some dishes.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Just a moment, we're going to switch cameras to the sink. There it is. Add what I can to the dishwasher here. Add everything else to the dish pan. delicious. Okay. I am going to put this food processor in the dishwasher this time. Usually don't, but every once in a while I like to run it through the dishwasher. Because you can. Last guesses, get them in if you're playing in this round and you can hear me. If you can't hear me, not sure really what to do about that. I mean, I know what I could do. I know what you could do about it, but I won't do anything in this moment. All right. About 1 minute left from our ads. All I'm trying to do is clear the sink out. I'm not trying to do the dishes right now. I haven't generated all that many dishes, so, you know. This coffee filter is great because I can just wash it out and use it again and again. Hey, if you are on Twitch, you're back from your ad. Welcome. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. Nobody likes the ads. Hey, if you don't like it, put nothing in chat if you love the ads on Twitch. Wait, hold on. No. Never mind. Don't listen to me. Sorry. Put the words in chat. Words from the words on stream. I don't even know. What the hell was I even trying to say with that? That was a weird one. Anyway, I was trying to say that if you don't like, no, stop, Luke, stop. You don't know what you were saying. I don't even know what I was trying to say. Anyway. Last guesses. Last one. Do we got it? 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 Go, 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 go. Almost starts with a A. Good work, though. No! Oh! Woo! Slid right in. Slid right in on that one. Look at all that. Good work, y'all. Good work. I don't know if I don't know. It showed the word. The board completed. I saw the word pop in. I don't know which one of those words it was. I think it was one of the G ones. Saga. Okay. Yeah, like I saw it. It was just like, it was like calculating, and I saw the word pop in. The like second, less than a second before it went. Nice work. That was good. That was good. I love seeing all the guesses going through at the at like the end. Okay. This is the part where I scroll back up to see if anybody popped in for first time chat during the game. I do not think so. Who's Knows says, I'm so unnecessarily proud of myself. I believe you, and you deserve to be. Kathy, good luck. Good luck with your change. I hope the rest of your day is an easy one. if not an unbusy one. Everyone, all of us with sausages at the beginning. I mean, it does happen. I always love when I actually like play the game, when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play this game and I hit start. I have like maybe a 2 second a 2 second head start. And I'm always trying to get that big word before anyone else gets to type something in the chat because of the delay, the stream delay. I'm like, I got 2 seconds. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Someone always gets it right away, like immediately, which is good, which is amazing, in fact. But I am always like, I'm trying. I always want to try to get it. Okay, I'm gonna make myself some fuzzy water and do the cantaloupe thing, and then we'll prep for our dinner. Okay. Da 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 da. What do I have here? I have a message here. Oh. Yes. Correct. I'm trying. Congrats on not cooking today. The dishes part sucks, but if you don't have to do the cooking, the dishes is a little bit more palatable. Amber, welcome in. All right. A spiked bevy. Ooh, you fancy. I don't drink anymore. But I do. The only like alcoholic thing that I ever consume is bitters. Every once in a while, I'll add like, I was just thinking like 2 or 3 shakes of like bitters would be good in this. Mix, are you do you feel ready? Do you feel ready? The ortho walked back his work of being out of the aircast when he remembered I live on a farm. Yeah, he was like, wait a second. This person's a little bit busy, I bet. Ninja Bacon, welcome in. That is so good. How's Daisy? Daisy's great. Daisy's living her happiest life right now because the foster cat that we were looking after for like the past month and a half went to her next destination today. Yesterday, not today. And Daisy's now like, there's no cats in the house, so she's happier. Daisy is not a fan of cats, but she is tolerant. But if she doesn't have to be, she prefers it. Who's knows? I saw in chat you said you were not having the best day earlier. I hope things look up for you, and I hope that when you do have to leave the house and you go out, that you are able to enjoy a little bit of just like fresh air and being outside. I hope that for you, because that to me, no matter kind of what mood I'm in, if I'm like outside for a few minutes, it's like, just mentally, it's always helpful. I'm blowing in through the straw to push the bubbles down, or to break the bubbles so I can add more liquid to this. There's a method to the madness. It's not immediately apparent from what I'm doing today. Let's play with the pigs. Yeah, well, let's keep the boot on outside. Yeah, what would happen is, like, one of the pigs would be like making a break for it, and you'd end up like having to go get them, and like then you'd have to explain why why you're back in the regular cast now. Better. Lizzie, welcome in. Good day. Happy Tuesday. Okay. Cool. I'm almost there. Dan, welcome in. Scoop of vanilla ice cream in here will be real good. Scoop of cantaloupe ice cream will be even better. Your access to a rooftop patio sounds great. I feel like yeah, being outside always helps. I was talking to someone at the playground yesterday, and the clock change means that it means that the sun is higher up and that the sun like hits the playground in the spot where like a lot of the adults congregate longer into the day. And so it's so much nicer to go there now when at 1700, 5 p.m., it's just sunny there still. Makes all the difference. Even if it's freezing cold and it's kind of like out there for a few minutes, it's great. I was at the playground yesterday for like hours. Yeah, hours. I think Calvin went to the playground yesterday at 1300, 1 p.m. and we came home from the playground at 17:30, so 5:30. So 4.5, almost 5 hours at the playground yesterday. We called them pigs over and they came running because they're good boys. I remember you telling me about the pigs a year or two ago, about like they're kind of meandering off to like out by the road and lands beyond and calling them back. That's so funny. Dan, you ate the cookies. You received them. You ate them. And you found them delicious. And I love that. I'm glad you like them. The ones from last month were really pretty spectacular. I love them. My family loved them. Just like a couple days ago, Gwen was like, do we have any more of those? And I was like, no, sorry. I literally gave you the last 3 of them on stream live. Like, we do not. Yeah, boots needed because they're not dogs. They are in fact large animals. Fair. Amber, yeah, I'm generally like at the playground pretty frequently. We're not quite at the age where Calvin can like be there completely on his own for like a long amount of time, but I will let him stay there for a little while on his own. But practically speaking, I enjoy going there because I'm also friends with a lot of like the other parents that go there. So it's nice. Like I was there yesterday and was like talking to people the whole time, which was great because it's other parents who are in my community and like have similar concerns and lifestyles and blah, 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 all that. Ninja Bacon, hello. Did I say hi to you earlier? I forget. I don't remember. I saw you chat earlier though. I know that's not the first thing. Anyway, they're smart. Pigs are smarter than dogs. Yeah. Yes, they are. I know this. It's part of the reason that I feel guilty when I eat them. Because they are smart. All right, I'm gonna cook this other piece of cod. This is the cod. Remember last week when I was like, hey, the cod was pretty cheap, and so I got 2 pieces and froze one of them. Here it is. Here it is again. I'm just gonna let this thaw for a little bit because I want to cook it in this pan, but it's like too big to fit in this pan this way. So I'm gonna cut it and like, side by side, but it's still frozen. So anyway, we'll let this thaw. Let this thaw. Fudge Darling, welcome back. The PG. Do you enjoy hanging out there? I love it. It's generally like a really nice part of my day. we love the playground. I'm gonna do these potatoes in this pot. Here's the plan. Since I'm making this with cabbage, like a Cole Cannon type of situation, I'm not going to peel the potatoes because there's already going to be large chunks of stuff in here, so I don't feel like it's necessary to peel them. I never feel like it's necessary to peel them, if I'm being honest. And this is just another reason and excuse not to do so. So, Nick says pigs are suspicious by nature and they can't really look up. So the fact that the driveway is a hill up to the road, they don't even bother. They're just like, yeah, what's over there? I don't know. Who cares? Don't feel guilty, Mick says. I've yet to meet a pig that won't shake you down for bacon. That's really grim. That's so grim. But like, I get it. But like, oh my God. Oh my God. Do you think they know? Suits notice says smart, cute, and delicious. Pigs are a triple threat. I kind of want a pig as a pet, not food. Amber says, why can I picture you actually going down the slides and stuff while you're there? Because I do. I don't go down the slides when there aren't anyone else there, when there's no one else there. But sometimes in the colder months, sometimes if they're like early or it's just like no one there's there for some reason, I do the monkey bars. I climb around on stuff. Yeah, I absolutely do. Nick says they know they're tasty. I enjoy the walking. Same, Fudge Charlie. I like the socialization in the colder months at the playground. I will Calvin's running around, so I will usually like walk in a big loop around the place. Is there air in the fish bag? There's increased risk of botulism in vacuum bags because of no oxygen. Lemon, there is a little bit of air in there, and functionally, I froze the fish. The fish was in the freezer on a sheet pan with no cover on it for 48 hours. I just put it in that sealed. I put it in the sealed bag after it was completely frozen already. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I did not know that specifically about fish. So as it's thawing, maybe I'll break the seal on that bag. Nick says, that's why mama pigs are violently defensive of babies. Baby pigs are scrumptious and they all know it. Yikes. Yikes. Lemon, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I knew that. Specifically about fish. I mean, I know for like most meats, you can vacuum seal it while it's still thawed, and that's okay. But yeah, I'm happy to take a look. I don't often freeze fish like that. I can't think of. I think this might be the first time I've put it in a vacuum bag. Usually I freeze the fish. If I buy fish, I freeze it on a sheet pan and then put the fillets in like a big Ziploc bag. I'm cutting all these potatoes, by the way, into like a small kind of dice, and I'm just going to mash them with all the skin as it is. So instead of boiling them and then cutting them, I'm going to cut them and then boil them and then cut them, boil them, drain them, and mash them all in the same pot. And then I am going to roast that cabbage on the sheet pan and put that in there too. You're supposed to thaw with the bag open. Got it. There was a little bit of a seal in here. There was a little bit of air in there because it wasn't like it. Because when I went to press the button to do the sealing, it actually put it like, you know, didn't. It let some air in. I just cut myself. It's fine. I poked myself with the tip of the knife. Just give me a second to press that. Put immediate pressure on that. And just immediate pressure. It wasn't that bad. I just felt it and moved my hand away right away. It was right on the pad underneath my pinky. So I just caught the tip with the knife.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
It happens. I've never cut myself on stream.
I'm in danger.
We're almost 3 years of streaming and I've not ever cut myself. This is the first time. Pre-bagging, if you get it under about 5, it'll have enough air in it generally. I froze this completely on a sheet pan and then put it into the vacuum sealer after the fact. There's no cut counter, Cyborg, because it's not happened before. It happens. It does happen. I've cut myself not streaming recently. Not recently.
And it
So
don't
I have my thumb pressed on it. I just immediately pressed it with my thumb and I'm just keeping pressure on it for another minute or two. Just to keep bleeding down. Yeah, pro tip, don't poke yourself with sharp objects. I know. I felt it. I definitely felt it immediately. It's not that bad. I'm not, unless this is like real bad, I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to wash my hand and then move along. Which is okay. All right. Syphilis says I cut myself on tinfoil today. Yikes. I bet that hurts. I bet that hurts real bad because tinfoil is really thin. Don't squeeze any lemons. I will forget, John. John, hello. Did I say hi? Or did I just see your name and go, hello, in my head? Anyway, hello. All right, let's see. Yeah, that is bleeding still. Hold on. Feels like an extra bad paper cut. I'm going to knock on wood here and say I haven't had a paper cut in a while either. You know what? Hold on. Finish. Cut that potato. There. It was the last one. It was literally the last potato. Okay. I'm going to fill this with water. And time is it? 1700. Let's do the cabbage, and then I'll put the cabbage in the oven, because then I can pull that out. And put the cabbage. Cod is thawing. Potatoes are going to cook. What the hell is that? The note. Boil. Okay, sorry, I'm looking at my notebook. I'm like, what does it say next to the word potato? It says boil. Okay. Put a glove on it. Yeah. I might put a Band-Aid on this one. I feel like this is a oh, Sofluff, thank you. I feel like this is a could use a stitch, but only one kind of situation. Which is a weird one. Because like I'm not to be fair, let's be super clear. I'm not going to get a stitch in this. I'm just saying maybe it could. I'm going to let this stop bleeding. And then we're going to put a Band-Aid on it and move along. Broccoli says, do you have any butterfly bandages? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I do. I think I just have regular Band-Aids, but I'll probably just get one of those too. A sewing kit, Baker. I could just numb it up with some ice. I feel like I need like a warning. I feel like I need to change the content type for the stream. Would that be just chatting? Is there like a medical procedures category on Twitch? Marianne, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Medical tape. Yeah, medical tape would work. I have tape, I have gauze, I have all the stuff like that for like if I really cut myself. This is in a weird spot. Ninja Bacon asks, why did I cut myself? I was cutting a potato and I didn't slice. It wasn't like a slice cut. It was a like I poked. What I was doing, I was holding the potato like this, and I had, instead of having my hand up like this, when I put the knife like through my fingers, like that, I had my hand down a little bit and the knife up, and it caught on the underside. It caught like right here. Arts and Crafts Fudge Darling says, oh my god. I'd be like, no, look away. Hospital sim. I feel like there is a hospital sim game. There has to be, right? It's like if there's a cooking sim game. All right, let's stretch for a second. Let's stretch for a second. Oh, I'm just waiting. I'm like letting this stop bleeding for a moment by keeping pressure on it. Because I don't really want to put any bandages on it until it's finished bleeding. Surgeon sim? How in depth is the surgeon sim? Is it like visually? Feral medical advice, whose nose says, yes, this all, the duct tape and glue are definitely feral medical advice. Did I suck the poison out? No. That's so funny. Okay. Oh, man, that felt really good. Super glue. If I had super glue, I would put it on there right now. I do not. Y'all didn't know you were going to be backseating a medical procedure today, did you? Okay. Yeah, the more I've squeezed... Okay, this is... I'm not going to like... Okay. We have a poll up. Will I be in One Piece at the end of stream? Can I vote? Can I vote? I don't want to tell you how I'm going to vote. Okay. Listen. I bet you, I'm imagining there's folks out here that are like, ooh, what does it look like? And I'm a little bit like, I'm willing to like hold my hand up and show you what it looks like, but I want to give like a fair warning, because I know that there's a lot of folks that are bothered by things. And if anybody's like, don't even do that, I'm already horrified. Just like fair warning.
Popular. You're gonna be popular.
Fair warning. If you'd like to see what this teeny tiny little cut looks like, I will show you. Now is the time that you should look away from the screen if you don't want to see it. I'm going to show you a cut that I just got on my hand with a knife. There's blood, a little bit. And so if you don't want to see that, don't look at the camera right now. Blood warning. Blood warning. Blood warning. Tiny cut. Tiny cut. Still on screen. Still on screen if you're audio only. Still on screen. All right. Get your last looks in. 3, 2, 1. It's gone. Okay. If you are sensitive to blood, etc., I won't show it again. So just FYI. Yeah, Lemon, exactly. Directly on the palm pad. Right in the soft spot. The soft spot, it's only soft because like it opens and closes when you move your hand. So I'm gonna rinse my hand off now. The bleeding has like really subsided. So I'm gonna rinse, I'm gonna wash, and then I'm gonna put some sort of small bandage on here. And yeah, this is definitely deep. This is deep in the sense that if this were any wider, I would probably get a stitch on it. I need to get some sort of band-aid or something. Broccoli, you are not blood and other stuff, but vomit. Yeah, I think there's, I don't mind. Like, this is not, to me, I'm just kind of like, whatever. It's just whatever, like blood. Literally none of that bothers me, but I know it bothers lots of folks. So, Krem, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you have a good one. I hope it's a good one for you. Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs and get my first aid kit. I'm gonna put a Game of Words on stream on screen so that y'all have something to do for a brief moment here while I'm doing that. Actually, no, I don't like that scene. Let's do this one, and then we'll turn that off because we're not running an ad. I'm not gonna run an ad right now because we just ran one. So. Baker says, my head, I saw puppet images and I'm thinking of some really weird spell casting. Yikes, what game are you playing? Okay. Let me start this and then I'm just gonna run upstairs and grab, I think I'm gonna tape this up actually so that I can put a big piece of gauze on it. All right, I will be back. I will be mostly in one piece according to our poll. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna take this. Let me mute this microphone real quick. I don't want to take this all the way out. I don't want to mute the mic. I want to mute this. Okay. Back for a minute. Back with a first aid kit. Let me move my cutting board out of the way here. And we were... Let's see. What do I have in here? Do I have any butterfly bandages? I've got some large bandages. Let me probably get one more game in here. Let's add a bunch of large bandages. Oh, you know what's really great? This stuff, Saniderm. That would probably be a great thing to use in that spot. Maybe. I'm gonna try one of these large bandages first. These are huge. Not those. Not those. I'm gonna try one of these Band-Aids that are a little larger. Not the large, but the mostly large. Because everything else I've got in here is non-stick pads. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with one large Band-Aid, and if that doesn't work, I've got another slightly larger variety. It's not a small wound, but it is a very small wound, but it is also very in a weird spot. Okay. I'm going to put a little bit of Neosporin on here. A little Neosporin. A little bit of Aquaphor. A little Neosporin, a little Aquaphor. Roll that in. And then we're going to do one of these medium size, or yeah, mid-level, mid-size Band-Aids. Last guesses on this game if you're playing. Last guesses. I'm going to do one more after this. I'm just going to do, yeah, we'll do one more once this one finishes, and then I should be good to go. Should be good to go at the end of that one. We're getting there. We're getting there. Just cleaning up. Yeah, so perfect. Okay. Band-Aid. These are the flexible fabric ones that I really love. Not an endorsement, just a fact of life. Okay, that feels like it may stick, but because it may not, see if I can just put a piece of tape on that also. I'm gonna leave the Band-Aid on and just tape it once around the hand, just to keep everything in place. Perfect. All right, we're back. No, I've said it a bunch of times. That I have never cut myself on stream, and one of these days I'm going to cut myself on stream. And today was the day. When it says kitchen projects in the title, we didn't know one of the projects was going to be first aid, but here we are. All right, we're good. Good to go. Are we good to go? Yeah, just about. Alrighty. That was fun. Thanks for your patience, y'all. Thanks for your patience, y'all. I'm gonna cut this game off now, and we're gonna come back to the OBS camera. That makes it look a lot worse than it is, but that little thing is holding on a band-aid right underneath it there. Will I still be in One Piece by the end of stream? The poll, mostly 64% say yes, 21% say, or no, mostly 64%. No, 21. Yes, 14. For those of y'all in the mostly camp and the yes camp, I appreciate your vote of confidence. For those of y'all in the no camp, you just wait. Wait, because one of these times you're gonna be right. You're gonna be right. Cutting myself, Joe Adultman says, a milestone of sorts. It is a milestone of sorts. It's the first time I've cut myself on stream. Levin says, I've cut myself in a similar place because of a dull knife and placing my flat, non-dominant hand over the blade for safety. My hand curved under and got cut. Oh. When you describing the way that the cut happens always sort of brings it back. Speedy healing. It'll heal. Yeah, it'll take a couple days, but I'll leave it. I'll keep it like this for like 2 days. Keep it clean. Keep Neosporin on it. Keep Aquaphor on it. Just keep it pulled together as much as possible, and it'll be fine. Baking with me. Hello, welcome in. How's it going? It's going. It's going. I just cut myself. Not bad. Little poke. A little poke with the tip of this knife. I'm gonna wash this knife real quick. Actually, I'm not gonna wash that knife. I'm just gonna use a different knife. I was gonna just be like, I'm gonna wash that knife and we're gonna come back strong and use the same knife. And I'm like, but I'll just use a different knife and I'll wash that one later. Anyway, the banded stitches. I've seen those before. I've seen people use them before. I feel like I need to get a few of those like little stitch things for my first aid kit because I don't have them. I do have a nice accessible first aid kit that's good for burn. This is mainly for burns and small cut triage. That's it. Anything like any broken limb types of situations, I would not handle with that first aid kit. I would handle with a stick and a handkerchief. Broccoli says, one reason I prefer a Santoku to a chef's knife is the tip is near the bottom, not really sticking out. Good point. Good point. Interesting mix. I did not know that about the sulfa base for Neosporin. I've always just used Neosporin. I feel like it's like I can't recall a time when I haven't used Neosporin. So my general response to cuts and burns, cuts and small burns, is like a layer of that plus a layer of Aquaphor. Hover, repeat. I switched to Bacterian. Yeah, what is that called? Yes, I know what you mean. I feel like I know the name of exactly. It's not Bactine. Whose nose says, I always think I've done worse to myself on purpose. I mean, you think what is wrong with me? I was telling Calvin the other day, sometimes you have weird thoughts and those are okay. It's what you do with them after the fact that counts. Everybody is just like, what? What? Okay, this is red cabbage. So I'm going to cut this out, and I want to cut this in some smaller pieces, because despite the fact that I'm going to roast this and then I'm going to mix it with potatoes, like mashed potato situation. I'm going to cut this pretty thin because I don't want like huge chunks of cabbage. I want accessible chunks in mashed potato. I was thinking that like boiling this might be good too, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna roast it. Okay, these pieces of the exterior leaves don't look so hot, so we're gonna take those off. Interesting. I'm curious now because I have nut allergies, so it would make sense that it might affect me. I've never noticed it in a like negative way. I've never noticed that it caused any sort of like sensitivity or I've never had. I've literally just like I've used Neosporin, but I've never like noticed it. It's never been like, oh, what's that scent? What's that sense that I'm experiencing after using this product? Lemon says dermatologists generally don't recommend them, and they recommend saline for cleaning and Vaseline. The wet dressing that I usually top it with Aquaphor, which is like Vaseline plus. I feel like I know that when you get a tattoo, they're like, don't put Aquaphor on it. Don't put anything on it. The getting tattoos was what turned me on to that Sanoderm stuff, which if you have a cut or something in like a weird area that is like a very flexible area, Sanoderm's great. It is like a plastic wrap that you put over your skin. Kuzno says Neosporin and Vicks Vapor Rub. Man, Vicks is great. Or any type of like vapor stuff that for when you're having a stuffy nose. Oh my god. I'm still to this day as an adult shocked that it works. Because it's like just a thing you like literally put on your skin. And it's like, I put this on my skin, on like my chest, and my nose is clear. What sort of like, what sort of like weird science is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, that feels fine. It's always interesting getting the reaction, having a reaction when you like cut yourself or burn yourself, like how long it takes for it. How long does it take for you to stop moving your hand with the knife into your skin? Like, you know, your brain's like, how long does it take for your brain to be like, whoa, 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 don't do that? And the fact that some people don't have that happen to them. They're just like, well, now I have a cut. Some people like don't fear things like that. I've heard of that before too. Christina says, I'm allergic to Sanoderm. Oh no. It is definitely not for everybody. It's very I know that it can cause rashes on the skin because it's like an adhesive stuck to your skin for like days on end. Angry Rook, hello. Welcome in. Eucerin. Yeah. Lemon, that is the other one. Yeah, I think they're basically the same thing, right? Just a different package. All right, let's pop the cabbage in the oven here. We'll put the cabbage in for what, 10 minutes? I have my oven at 375. I'm just going to put it in for 10 and see where it gets. There's my cabbage. Purple and salted. It's not going to be this bright purple when I finish roasting it. It would be if I blanched it first, but I didn't because I don't need to do that, because I don't feel compelled to do that because I'm making this for my home consumption. And that is an extra step. I don't want to take extra steps if I don't need to. All right. Is this cod thawed enough that I could cut it yet? No, not yet. Okay. Potatoes are in the water. Why don't I go ahead and just turn these potatoes on and bring those up? Because it's 1700 right now, so it's 5 p.m. for me. I still need to finish the ice cream, which is going to take a little while, and I still need to finish dinner. So let's recalculate. On the stove here is potatoes. In the oven is cabbage. When those are finished, we're going to combine them together with a little bit of butter, probably some sour cream, salt, pepper, herbs, whatever else. We're going to do the cod. We'll dress the cod. I'm going to use some pesto from last week on the cod. The pistachio pesto, I still have a little bit of that left, so we'll put that, and then we'll just pop that in the oven. I need to cut the sourdough. So I can cut some sourdough bread now. When I've done that, we'll do some knife sharpening, ironically enough. But that's okay. Who's Nose says I had an allergic reaction to medical adhesive. My entire torso was covered in a rash. Not a good way to find out you're allergic to it when you're like, well, it's covering this burn / cut / abrasion or whatever, and now the area around it hurts too. Great. No fun. At least you know now. Ozanol for burns mix. I've never heard of this. What is the OT over-the-counter name for that? Velis, we don't have a guide to raid redeem. I do, but it's not turned on. But like, honestly, if there's somewhere you're like at the end of stream, if you're somewhere where you're like, hey, you know this person, they're doing this thing. Do you want to go there? I'm always open to that. Recalculating. Does your GPS sound angry or like frustrated with you when it does that? It's like recalculating. Backtin. That's the one we were trying to think of. DJ Harley, welcome in. Right. This cantaloupe juice that I have going on here is very good, and the straw is not great. I need like a boba straw for this because the straw keeps getting fruit stuck in the bottom. No good. All right, let's get the sourdough out. We'll cut that. We'll cut the sourdough, and I'm going to check this butter. This butter's good. All right, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this for our dinner tonight. This like spreadable butter. I got this for why did I get the spreadable butter? The spreadable butter was for a trip. I don't remember which one. It's been in there for a while. Does this expire? Best by March 30th, 2025. Hell yeah. We're in under the wire. We're in under the wire on that one, but we're looking good. Lady Stiletto, hello, welcome in. Add some rum to that. A little bit of clear alcohol would be good in this. I do not drink, so we're not going to do that, but I recognize how tasty that would be. what would be really good in here would also be some simple syrup. Or some other like fruit juice simple. Would be amazing. I had bariatric surgery. That would be a terrible time. Like just after surgery is like not a great time to find out that you're allergic to the dressing that they put on you to recover. Oh no. That sucks. I thought you were going to drink the olive oil. Chug the olive oil? Has there been an olive oil chug video? I hope not, but like I also want to know and also want to watch it if there has. All right. So this is sourdough from I don't remember when. It's been in the fridge. Still okay. It's a whole grain sourdough. I think I froze this loaf at one point. I'm slowly working on it. The chug list. I would love to watch that. There's not really anything that I could think of aside from significant financial incentives that would get me to want to like chug anything in general. Water, maybe. But I would need to see I'd need to see some coin before we got to the maple syrup, if you know what I mean. And there's no mechanism to do that because it's not really something I want to do. So like if you're thinking about hitting that PayPal button right now, don't. Or do. But not with the anticipation that I'm going to chug anything that you put in the comments. Okay? All right. Dinner is mostly prepped. Mostly prepped. And time check, 17:16. Good. Who's knows? That sounds brutal. Ladies Stiletto, pumpernickel. I haven't thought about pumpernickel bread in a long time. And just reading that word threw me all the way back to high school where I used to eat loaves of pumpernickel or rye bread along with a big container of hell of a good French onion dip at the bakery that I worked at. It was an in-store bakery. And I remember I worked there in the evening. There was no customers, like the lights were out. I was just prepping and cleaning, and I used to get a container of dip and a whole loaf of bread and just like scoop it out and eat it like just as part of what I did at work. Chug with Chuck. That's clever. Chuck could live in the corner over here. Some of Nishin's cocktails come to mind. Oh yeah. So there's folks out on Twitch doing really creative stuff with like spin the wheel type of ingredients. And I love it. I love watching it. I'm not always going to do it, but I'm probably never going to do it. But I do appreciate seeing it. I messed up and there's going to be an ad starting soon. So in just a moment, be aware if you're on Twitch and not a subscriber or not a Twitch Turbo member, you're going to get an ad. You can keep watching on YouTube for free, ad free. But we're going to put up a Game Awards on stream, and I am going to clear off the counter for a second, and we'll be back once the ad's over. Lemon says I'm trying to prepare for summer by buying ice trays and buckets, which is a great move. The ice makers are great. I love them. I find that the ice is very small and not very dense. My friends have one. They're great for like a party. I don't know that I love them for like everyday stuff. The countertop ice makers, the ones that are like live in the refrigerator, are not what I'm talking about.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Let's play Game Awards in stream. Yeah, Lemon, the fridge ice thing frustrates me a lot, mainly because it makes noise all the time. It's just like, it's constant noise. I love an industrial ice machine. Those are the best, but that's prohibitively expensive to have in your home. And size-wise too, it's like just too much. Too much. Too much. All right, I'm going to... What are we doing next? Dinner's underway, the potatoes are going. Next, I think we should clean some of these knives. I think we have... It's 5:20 p.m. here. I think I have just... We're gonna have enough time to clean some knives here. I don't know if I'll have... We'll see about sharpening them afterward, but cleaning them I can definitely do. All right. Working on... And we're at the sink. So we're gonna clean. Yeah, maybe let's clean, and we'll try to sharpen some of these, I guess. Dinner will not be very taxing, and I can stop mid-sharpening to get the ice cream in if I need to do that. So I'll be able to... We'll be able to do that. All right. Got enough time for one more game. A lot of words on stream today. A lot of words today. A lot of words this hour. I know. Usually we don't do them as often as we did, but usually I don't poke a little hole in my hand either. Okay. Sink is ready for knife cleaning. We're going to do that on a... I guess we'll do that on a tray. And I'm going to use some bar keepers for that, because I love bar keepers. All right. If you're watching on Twitch, you're back. Thank you for your patience during our ad break. I appreciate it. We're finishing a game of words on stream, and then we're going to do some knife cleaning. I'm going to clean some knives first, and then we're going to sharpen them. Then we're going to sharpen them. Okay. Midway through this game, I am not seeing the closed captioner working right now. Is it working? Let's turn it off. It's off. Let's turn it back on. All right, it looks like it's working again. Great. All right, cool. I know that not everyone uses the closed captions, but for the folks that do, it's nice to have them. All right, get your last guesses in for this round of words on stream. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 four-letter words left. 5, 4 letter words left. 3, 2, 1. The end of that game. Good work, y'all. Good work. All right, come on back over here. So the next thing that we're going to do today is sharpen some knives. Or we're going to clean some knives and sharpen them. We're going to clean them first because they are a bit old. These are a couple new to me, old to the world knives. They're all the same brand, the Sabatier knives. This is a chef knife. This is Another utility knife, my favorite. And then a very small knife that has been sharpened many times and is no longer the same shape that it used to be. Anyway, all of these are a little bit unused for a while. So we've got some little bit of like coloration, a little rust on the blade here. And I'm just going to use some bar keepers to clean this off. So some of them aren't bad. This is the chef knife. This one looks pretty good. Now, I know that bar keepers is a little abrasive and may not return the exact patina that I want on these, but that's okay. So these are all three. It does work as a paring knife. And I don't actually have... I only recently got a actual paring knife. So I don't have a good practice of using it, but when I do use it, I'm often wishing I had like 2 or 3 more of them. So that's always fun. So we're going to take these. My potatoes are just about boiling here on the stove. I'm going to give the potatoes a stir. Who knows? I am hopeful not to cut myself again. I make no promises, but I will tell you that I am certainly trying to not do that today. Twice in one day is too much. Twice in one day feels like too much. Yes. Alrighty. What's the best way to do this? Can I do this on here? Yeah, I can do that on here. Okay, so we're going to come over to the sink here. Let me bring you all over to the sink. Chat is already at the sink. I do not have any Bonami. I have baking soda and bar keepers are the 2 dry abrasives that I have available. Okay, so we're going to come over to the sink. Let me get this angle correct. Sorry for all the movement. There we go. All right, let's start with this guy. This is where's the right place to put this? There we go. That is the right angle. All right, so this one is pretty okay from a what's on here perspective. It's not a lot of like it's very smooth. Everything's very smooth on here. Whereas this one is more textured. Like you can feel texture on this blade. So like this stuff, all this brown on here should scrub off. So let's get wet this just a little bit, and I've got a rag here. A rag. Okay. Question. Is this view better? Or would this view be preferable? I bet you that this view is better. Yeah, that's better. This is actually like POV. Hold on. You know what we're gonna do here?
We're gonna do that. No, we're not. Sorry. I've never done anything in the sink before. This is the first time I'm actually like, oh, my camera literally just came off of my thing. Okay, hold on. We're gonna fix it. Today's an interesting one. Thanks for hanging in there, y'all. Well, I'm trying to screw it back in without wildly moving the camera all around. There we go. We got it. We are overdue for a sharpening stream. I was thinking about it the other day. I was like, I haven't sharpened my knives in a long time. Okay. I'm just trying to get this. There we go. That's the view. Okay, now I can actually like use the sink. Whoa, there's my shoulder. Now I can like use the sink without having the camera like directly in front of it. Perfect. Oh, not perfect, but we're getting there. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fill a bowl here with some water just to rinse off my stuff. Just to rinse everything off. Okay. And I need to get another glove because I don't want my bandages to get wet here. And I'm just going to take my... There we go. Good. Okay, little rag. I just have this board here, one so that I can sit my knife on something that is a little bit more forgiving than a sheet pan or this rack that's in the sink. So it's okay to also get cleaner on this cutting board. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do that. So Barkeepers is interesting. It's a abrasive, and you don't need to let it soak. It's one of those things that if you're using it, you put it on, scrub it on quick, and rinse it off. It can, if you let it soak onto the blade, or if you let it soak onto anything, it's fine. It will dry, but it is best if you use it and rinse it kind of right away. Broccoli, you should be able to move the closed captions based on what you want, where you want them. There's a settings cog for the closed captions, and there should be a setting there that relates to positioning. And it can say like top right, top left, bottom right, bottom center, all of that. That should be the case. At least that's been my experience. So that looks pretty good. I don't need these to be I don't need this to be like perfect here. I just want it to be smooth and kind of free of any chunk on the blade. So this looks good. This looks pretty good. That one's clean. We'll do the small one next. This one is, again, more of a paring knife. Yeah, more of a paring knife. It has some spots on it, but is pretty good in general. And then this is pushing our luck today. Cutting myself on stream and then cleaning knives is a bit of a like tempting fate, but we can't live in fear. if I was cleaning these up, completely cleaning these up, I would probably use a different cleaner, maybe soak them for a little bit. But we're just doing like a quick and dirty, or a quick and not dirty clean here. And what I'm doing with the knife is I'm holding it flat against the cutting board so that I can scrub it in the same way that I'd scrub like the bottom of a pot, for example. So that I can actually scrub it with some pressure on the blade without worrying about cutting myself. And now I'm doing this little area around the handle. And that's really going to be it. I mean, I'm not trying to get this completely free of all marks, because this is a carbon steel blade, so you're never really going to get it free of all of the markings on it. But the less I can have on there, the better. Okay, so here is the utility knife that we're doing. This is a little bit, this is probably the one that's the worst off. So there's a little before. That side looks great. This side looks not great. Let's start with the side that already looks great. I anticipate that this is probably going to be the knife that I end up using the most out of this set, because I almost always gravitate toward utility knives as my first out of the block choice. Okay, so this is the last side before we get to the sharpening part. Oh yeah, and I can see there's a little bit of, this is a little bit browner, so the soap coming off of here. The soap coming off. And adjust the text size and positioning, but you can't turn it off. Interesting, because I just made an adjustment. Is anyone else experiencing that you can't turn the closed captions on and off? Because I on my end, just a few minutes ago, just before you mentioned that, I basically turned the closed captioner on and off in my instance of OBS because I wasn't seeing it, and I'm wondering if I accidentally clicked something that was like force show or something. I don't think I can do that, but you should have the option to disable it just by clicking on the button, the CC button on the bottom next to the settings. All right, this looks a little better than it did just a minute ago here. Again, I'm not doing anything super in-depth. We're just cleaning up a little bit. So this is that same knife. Both sides now. We have 1 and 2. Same knife. Looking real nice. Looking real nice, actually. All right. Well, those are good. That was easy. That's easy. Rinse the rest of these off. Cool. Come back to the counter, and we're going to sharpen these now. That in the that is not the refrigerator. I'm going to put that in the dishwasher because that's where that bowl goes. And come on back over here to the counter with me. Alley Cat, I always get frustrated when stuff like doesn't when stuff just stops working the way it's always worked. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's always right over my hands. Oh no, it was the CC button, not under the settings. Yeah. That makes sense. I feel like the closed captioner I use, I think might not speak as nicely to like the general Twitch closed captioner. I don't know. There's like several options for closed captioning. Sometimes I just don't know which one. From my end, I see them on the screen, not on the screen. I see them, they're on my screen, they're like right past this little block off into OBS. So I see when they're on and whether or not they are going. I don't actually read them and they're not on my screen. So I hope you found what you're looking for. Okay. Avo, welcome in. Nice to have you. Let's cut this fish now with a paring knife, which is not the knife to do this with, but it's the one I used to open the bag earlier, and that's all I used it for, so I'm just gonna like use it again for the fish. And we'll position this in here. How do we position this? There we go. That works. Okay. I'm just kind of getting more toward dinner as we progress. I am going to sharpen those knives, but I want to I think I want to toss the cod into the oven first. I forgot that the cabbage was in there, and my timer is still sitting at 10 minutes because I never hit start. So the cabbage is done, I believe. Oh, rather, I know it's done. Let's check how far done it is and see if this is something that we can still use. And if not, we're just going to have mashed potatoes. And that's okay too. Okay. This should be fine. This is totally fine. This is actually perfect. Like, this is quite literally the exact moment that I would have wanted this to get to. So I feel great about it, despite not using the alarm. Here we are. Rockwood says I use my fillet knife more for deboning chicken parts than actual whole fish. It is great for that too, though. I don't have a fillet knife. I usually use my long, thin utility knife as a fillet knife. It's like the closest thing I've got. Let me check these potatoes here and just see where we're at. Are these able to be like mashed yet? Another couple minutes and these would be good for a mash. How's that one? Oh yeah. Yeah, another couple minutes. Just gonna make sure all these stay under the water. Okay, potatoes look good. They're ready. They're gonna be ready to mash in, let's set a timer, 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes on our 5 minutes. Confirmed that the timer is actually counting down. Ice cream has been in the fridge for 2 hours now. So we're going to get that out probably in 45 minutes or so and put it in the ice cream maker. In between now and then, I'm going to continue getting dinner together and we're going to break out the knife sharpening kit in just a few moments here. The knife sharpening kit is a lot. It looks like a lot, and it is, and it takes a moment or two to set up, but like I wouldn't break it out to sharpen just one knife, but if I'm going to sharpen 3, then I will. And what I might do is sharpen like 1 or 2 more after that for my existing knife block. We'll see. Probably not. I might sharpen the one one or two of the utility knives that I use like regular, like all the time, like my most used knives. Because it has been a while since I've sharpened my knives. Probably like 3, maybe 4 months at least. Lemon Chicken, welcome in. And a well-used fillet knife, or like a well-loved fillet knife that is still like really useful, would be quite a nice get from someone's like personal stash. This piece of fish is still in one piece, so I'm gonna break that into 2. So I've now basically got like 4 fillets in here. Okay. So I'm just using the rest of this pesto. Maybe I'm not going to use the rest of this pesto. You know what I might do with this? I might also put some, like a scoop of this in the potatoes when I mix it up, because that would be nice and herbaceous. So let's reserve, I'm going to reserve like a single scoop of that. And the rest of it will go on the fish. The pesto is going to cook down also and become like greasy. And so the bottom of this pan will have basically like a liquid, herby liquid sauce in it instead of this thick pesto. And I'll spoon that over the fish, and then the bread will be great for like dipping the rest of that. So we've got fish in a pan ready to go. This is the last of my pistachio pesto from stream last week. I'm going to do more pesto this week. So I'm going to make basically the same exact pesto from last week's stream on Thursday of this week. The stream on Thursday is going to be dinner time and meal prep, trip prep, camping trip prep specifically. So we'll be doing prep for a bunch of different things on Thursday, including pesto, because Calvin specifically said, will you make the grilled chicken that you make? To which I was like, which grilled chicken are you talking about there? And he explained that he was looking for the grilled chicken, pesto chicken sandwiches that I make. So chicken thighs, pesto, caramelized onions, Havarti cheese, and that's it. There might be something else in there, I forget. You can always put more stuff in there. Iris has been getting good at pulling out the stone and touching up knives in a minute or two. That is, I love the concept of that. I kind of like leave my knives to sharpen until there's like a need to sharpen all of them, and then I like sharpen all of them at once. Going over 400 grip makes no sense since they go dull so fast. It is, I forget what the grit, I think the one that I go up to is like 1,000 on this stone, or on this set that I have. So it's a very, once you sort of have the thing set up, it makes sense to sharpen a bunch of stuff with it all at once. But we're not going to do that so much today, as I am just going to do these 3. Okay, time's up for that. I'm going to wait, that can't go like this. So this is a set that I've used on stream a bunch. It's a it's a nice set. It's definitely more of like a professional thing, not like a single stone situation. But I do love it, and I have told all of my friends basically, like, if you want your knives sharpened, I got you. Let me know. Let me know, and we'll make it happen. But I'm definitely getting better at the the process of this. It doesn't feel intimidating to be setting this up anymore. It did. It for a little while when I first got it, it was like, oh shit. I don't need the 120. That's a real in-depth stone. 6. This is 220. So I usually start with 220. We usually do 220, 4, 6, and 1,000 on the same blades. And then sometimes I'll do the polish tape, the like real fine one that makes like a real nice looking edge. But I don't think, I don't know. If the polish tape stone doesn't work, I'm just going to stop at the 1,000 and we're not going to polish it. I would like to sharpen this at 21 degrees, which is black. This little kit has a color system for the angle of the blade. So for 21 degrees, I want to set it to, let's see, we got black, green, black. So black, green, black. 21 degrees. Great. We're tight, we're tight, we're tight, we're tight. Wait. Yes, there we go. That goes over the center. And need a little bit of water. A little bit of water. Wet my towel. And we are good to go here. I'm going to turn these potatoes off and drain them. And then we're going to put them back in the pot. And then we're going to sharpen before we make mashed potatoes. So we're going to drain these first. I'm going to save a little bit of the water from them just so I have some liquid in case I need it that's starchy and tasty. So I'm going to take those potatoes, pop them into the sink. Not into the sink. I'm going to pop them into a colander, which is sitting in the sink. And then we're going to just come back and do the knife stuff. So, what's this towel? Oh, that's cute. It's the towel they wrap them in. It's all like bar equipment. Tongs, shaker, strainer, jigger, peeler, tamper. Nice little towel. Cute. Cute. Oh my god. It is so cute though. All right, these knives are dry, and yeah, these are dry. Dry and clean and free of debris. All right, so this is hold on. I should actually move this a little bit forward here so that it can be on the overhead. I can use the overhead view. All right, perfect. All right, come on over to this overhead view here. So we're doing some knife sharpening. I've got my knives to be sharpened, my sharpener, and my stones over here. So all of these are just your varying grits going up. So I'm going to start with the 220. For this particular sharpener, it just kind of goes in. There's a little bit of there's a little thing here that you adjust to get a ramp for the knife to slide over. Makes it easy so you can use the entire stone. There we go. We're going to start with the big knife because it's easier to do that. So I want this to be all the way out. So when I have my tip at the end, I'm adjusting my blade table here. So there's this little thing, this little like ramp situation that moves up and down the length of the blade table. So if you want to sharpen like a big butcher's knife on here, you can move this down and it'll still sit nicely. All right, so first thing, I'm going to add a little bit of water to my stone. I'm not soaking the stone. In this kit, you don't soak the stones. You just kind of add a little water to them before you put the knife on there and wipe it off. And we're good to go. All right, so we want to do a couple like circular sort of strokes up and down in one section of the blade, and just letting the stone do the work. I'm not moving the stone all the way out here. I'm keeping the stone within the line of the blade table. I'm moving the knife little by little, going up, 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 so you get to the tip. And I'm going to go back down. Ice Allen, welcome in. What is this magic? This is a knife sharpening kit. I'm sharpening some knives right now. I've been doing some kitchen projects today. Started out with making coffee, made some ice cream mix. We have not put it in the ice cream maker yet, but we're getting there. Okay, so that looks good. Now, I did this side. Now, that creates a burr on the other end. And you can feel it when you move your finger along the knife. So, actually see it too. There's all that like black there that's on my fingertip is from the edge. So, to get rid of that burr, we're just going to take that same stone on the same knife. I'm going to flip it over, and no pressure here. I'm just doing a very light, like I'm not even pressing down on this. I'm just doing a really light going over of the opposite side of the blade. And that will take the burr off. The burr is like metal that folds over from the side of the blade that you're working on. Okay, and then one more on this side. Great. So that is done with one grit. One grit. I'm going to move the stone here even farther into the frame so that you can actually see what I'm doing. I like having this all the way at the end of the counter because it's just easier to use it while it's out there, but I'll put it on the middle here. All right, so that was the 220 grit. We're going to take this off. I'm going to take the 400 and put the 400 on. So again, this is just a little, it kind of slides into the slot. There's these pins here that are taking this ramp. There's basically like, you slide the knife up and down the stone, and there's this little metal thing here, this little metal like ramp. So you want this to be flush. So you can take these pins and sort of screw it in or out. I can make it higher, I can make it lower. But you basically just want it to be flush with the stone, the top of the stone in both spots. There we go. So that is how that works. So now we just take this stone, a little bit of water. Now, I could sharpen each knife. I could basically like leave one grit stone on there and sharpen every knife with it. But if I was to do that, the way that this thing works is this blade table would need to change in between knives. And it's easier to change the stone than it is to change the blade table. So I'm just doing now, this is the 400 grit, doing about 5 or 6 like good passes. I'm pressing down on the blade, so there is some material coming off of here. And I'm keeping the stone within the bounds of the two sides of the table. You go back down. And I'm trying to use the entire stone because I want the stone to wear out evenly. I don't want there to be a big gap in the middle of my whetstone. Okay. Now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Right? Sharpening both sides of the knife, and then we're going to take the burr off. Could I start with the finest grit? Yes, you could, but it may not be able to like grind off what it actually needs to grind off. It would definitely take a while. So like the answer is yes, I'm pretty sure you could do it, but it certainly would take some time. Okay. Well, that looks good. So we're just going to take and get the burr off of that side now. So again, I'm not, there's no pressure on this. Like I could do this, right? All I'm doing is sliding the stone up and down. Why would you want to start off with the finest grit? Well, I mean, if you're just doing some maintenance on your knife, like this is maintenance. These knives are in decent enough condition. Like they were pretty sharp when I got them. I didn't actually test how sharp they were before sharpening them. They're going to be sharper after, but if you're just doing some maintenance, you could start off with a grit that makes sense. All right, that was the 400 grit. That feels good. Technically, Ave says technically you'd want to start with the finest grit you need, right? If you don't, and like for me, there is stone in here that's like a one something. I think it was like a 120 grit. Like I didn't start out with that because I'm not grinding anything off of this knife. I don't want to take any more material off of here than it needs to. So again, putting our stone on. This is the 600 grit. .600 grit. .400 and a decent strap should take hair off of your arm. This knife would take hair off of my arm right now. That is like for sure. It would. I could try it if you want. All right. Again, this is the 600 grit. The stone is wet. Let's get into it. So this is certainly a much, you can feel how different this is. We've hit that tier of stone that's like, yeah, a little bit, you're not taking material off necessarily with a 600 grit. So it doesn't feel like grinding. It feels like a much smoother ride up and down the blade edge. I am still putting pressure on it though. This first pass before you're grinding the burr off, no matter what stone you're using, you put a little pressure on. And again, I'm trying to use the entire stone. Big, long, up and down, along the length of the blade. Now that's good for that side. Now we just go to the other side, we take the burr off. Uncommon, hello. I've been wanting to learn how to use a whetstone. They are fun. It's nice. It is nice to just have a whetstone for like maintenance. You get the stone out, you put a little edge on the thing, and you know, put a towel under it, wet the stone, sharpen the knife, move along. This whole kit, this is a kit. This is a like knife sharpening system. I got this 2 years ago, and I have definitely not ever, I haven't gone and gotten my knives sharpened by anyone since then. So it may, the kit may have paid for itself at this point. I don't know. Like I said, it was a gift, so it's not, I didn't pay for it, so it is a little bit more comprehensive than a whetstone. Yes, that is quite sharp. Okay, now we're going to do 1,000, which is a little bit probably unnecessary, but I like to do it anyway. This is the first wetting of this particular stone today, so all right. Start with the other side this time. Or let's start with the side that we have not been starting with this time. We're gonna go a little bit different. This kit has a real like barrier to entry for setting it up. If you've never used it before, it's certainly confusing, or it can be confusing. But overall, I've been very happy with it. My comment says, the restaurant I used to work at, my boss wouldn't get our knife service. He'd just buy new knives. Interesting. That is one way to do it. Probably a more expensive way to do it. I think it would be fun. This is something, this part of kitchen stuff, for lack of a better term, knife sharpening is something that I really enjoy. I love doing like a bunch of them at once because you get into a rhythm, right? It's so nice to sort of do the thing. I also I love this kit because one of the things that I don't love about getting your knives like professionally sharpened is sometimes it's just not as fine of an edge as you want to put on the knife. But that's fine. I mean, that's sort of how it goes. Whew. Definitely just slice that rag. Jamie, welcome in. Entrepreneurial lost power. Oh no. I hope things are back at a good place now. I did not get the burr off of that side. I can still feel it. Okay, let's get the burr off that side. He'd wait until they were really dull and replace them. What happened to the old ones? Did they like get used for something else? Did they like sell them to customers? Like, what do you do when you buy new knives regularly? Like that feels wildly inefficient to me, but I'm not a restaurant owner. Maybe buying them in mass, cheap knives is cheaper than getting them sharpened. I don't know. So we started with the largest knife first, because that's sort of the best way to do it. And now I'm just running the polish tape up and down the edge of this. If you accidentally cut something, you know it's sharp. If you, yeah, like I definitely just cut that rag. That rag has a bunch of little cuts in it, but it's just from, it's very much just from the knives being run along it. All right. This one is good to go. Just kept a bucket full of knives. Oh my. Jamie says, did something happen to your hand? Yes. Yes. I poked it with the tip of a knife on stream about 2 hours ago, and I bandaged it, so it's now just like healing. It did hurt. It definitely hurt. But it was not as bad as it. It's not terrible, but it definitely hurt. Looking for, okay, here we go. Looking for some newspaper. You know, Eat It Dad Spot, you don't need to ask just the tip after I just told you that I poked myself with the tip of the knife. Rude, TBH. I was like, I just poked myself with the tip of the knife, and the bot's like, just the tip? And I'm like, shut up. So insensitive. Yes, just the tip. All right, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do the thing. Is it sharp? Well, this newspaper is not very, what's the word? Straight? Yes, it's certainly cutting the newspaper, but it's, the paper itself is quite crooked. I need some, like, computer paper for this. Yeah. If you can catch the side where it's not bent, that's pretty sharp. Can you shave a balloon? Possibly. Oh, I just cut the crossword. The only reason I saved the damn paper is for the crossword. Terrible. Okay, that's one knife. That's one knife. Let's see. Can we do any hair? Will it cut hair? Yes. Can you see? You can't see it. Okay. Well, yes, but yes, but. Yes, but. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to run a quick ad break while I clean up in the sink, and we'll be back. I'm gonna sharpen these other two knives here. Jamie asked, "What's for dinner?" What's for dinner tonight is baked cod, potatoes, mashed potatoes with cabbage in them. It's like a Cole Cannon situation, and sourdough bread. So fish, vegetables, bread. Easy. There is another crossword tomorrow. It's yeah, there is always more crossword. That's true. All right, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. We're gonna play a game of words on stream. I'm going to handle the sink, and we'll be back. When we come back, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sharpen this knife, then we're gonna sharpen this knife, then we're going to put the knives away, we're gonna put the sharpening kit away, we're going to finish dinner, and then I'm gonna put the ice cream. No, we're not gonna finish dinner. When I come back, we're gonna make the ice cream. We're gonna sharpen the knives. We're gonna put the ice cream in the ice cream maker. While the ice cream maker is making ice cream, we're gonna finish making dinner, and then I'll be Yeah, then we'll eat dinner. We'll be back in a second. Alrighty. Here comes a 3-minute advertisement on the Twitch platform. If you're not into ads, you can go subscribe on YouTube, where we are also live. There's a Game of Words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be over at the sink for just a moment, and then we'll be right back. Okay?
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. Take these potatoes and put them in the pot. Back in the pot. Where they were. And we're just going to move to clean out the sink. And chill out, what you yelling for? Lay back, it's all been done before. Pretty cool. You look like a fool to me. Tell me, why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? I see the way you're acting like somebody else, making me frustrated. Life's like that. Let's turn into honesty if I'm a man. Hey! There it is. Work. Okay, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna wash the knives that are out here. Got a big knife theme going at the moment. Bit of a sharp day today. No, I thought the camera was on the sink. How about that? It's not. Could be over here doing anything. I'm not. I'm literally washing knives. Just the knives. I used a bunch of knives on stream today. That's kind of weird. More than usual, I would say. I'm kind of waiting. I'm waiting for Gwen and or Calvin or both to get home. Calvin's finished at school. They're probably at the playground right now. But I'll be honest that I don't have... maybe I do. I don't know how much ice I have in my freezer right now, but I may need to get... I may need to have a bag of ice, and I was hoping that maybe they would be home. So I could send Calvin back out to the store to pick up a bag of ice. He's not here at the moment, neither is Gwen, which is fine. They don't need to be here. There's no attendance requirement after school on a nice day. If you are on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Nice job, y'all. One word left is fantastic performance. I'm not gonna lie. Would I lie to you? No, not for that reason. Not for any meaningful reason. We're back. All right. Washed some knives and I transferred the potatoes to the pot on the stove. So I'm gonna sharpen these other two knives. We're gonna get that done, and then we'll start the ice cream. I'm stalling because I'm hoping that Gwen and Calvin come home and I can send him right back out to the store. All right, so here's what I was saying about the this knife deck, right? So I've got this knife. This is magnetic, so this will just stay here like that. What you want is you want to be able to have the blade just over the edge, right? Like here's the edge of the table. You want the blade to be right there, like just over the edge. And you want that, so you start there. Basically, it's like this is as low as it would go. And then you kind of bring the blade like this, and you leave it so that basically the tip is out, and then this part, there's like only a little bit of, there's no, basically like you don't want the edge of the table to be visible under the blade, but you don't want the blade to be sticking out really far either. So you set it like that, and then as you go along, it stays, as long as you keep this tip right here from going over, from doing this, right? As long as you keep the tip sort of rounded, it'll stay at the appropriate angle the whole time you are sharpening. So let's get a little back out here. We'll start with our 220 grit stone. Adjust that a little bit. This knife will take less time because there's less of a knife. Feels like snow is blowing in, so Fluff. Oh no. Well, hopefully, I know that you're prepared for it. It kind of sucks to have snow in March, but yeah, exactly, Baker. I hope you stay comfy. All right, let's get this started. Doing long, whole stone strokes over this blade, staying within the bounds of the table. And I'm using a little bit of pressure to cut into the blade so that it gets an edge. Switch sides. Slowly sliding the knife along. There we go. As long as they don't hit the foot we forecasted, I'll be happy. Yeah. I can understand that. If you were like, hey, there's going to be a foot of snow in Philadelphia today, I would be like, no. Final answer. No. No snow. No thank you. All right, I'm just going back along this other side, the first side, to take the burr off. Now we're going to take the burr off the second side. The burr is much more pronounced with the 2 and 400 grit, 220 and 400 grit stones, because you're actually like really cutting away the edge of the knife a little bit, not a ton, but like enough that there's a noticeable burr along the edge. So you kind of have to come back, feel with your hands. The other thing I really love about this particular kit is that it doesn't lock the knife in. So I don't have to do anything to take the knife like off the table and evaluate my blade edge. It really felt like spring. I know, they tricked you. It's pulling a sneaky on you and giving you one last little bit of like, one last little gasp of winter. That sucks. It definitely does. Chafello says it wouldn't surprise me if we got snow on July 4th in Michigan. No, that is my understanding of Michigan. It's just like, well, It's winter, winter. It's like winter, and then it's summer for like 8 seconds. And then it's like fall/winter. I feel like my sense is that outdoor activities in Michigan and like Michigan, Minnesota, sort of anywhere in that Great Lakes region and north are very similar. It's like patio season and snow. And that's it. And like nothing else. Snow in late August. Nope. All set. I wonder what the earliest/latest into the year it snowed in Philadelphia is. So this is the 400 grit paper. Or stone, not paper. Again, we're just using as much of the stone as possible. All the way down, all the way up. Big strokes. Switch sides. It's funny because I have... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sharpen... I should have sharpened the other knife. The other exact... I have this exact same knife already. It's my favorite knife, in fact. And I should have sharpened both of those knives at the same time because they're the same thing. I don't need to move. I don't need to change anything between them. Okay. Got both sides. We're taking the burr off. Bella says, every state jokes that if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. But I've been to all over the U.S. and Michigan for sure is like that. I can understand that. You have a lot going on in Michigan. There's a lot of like different things that would affect the weather patterns there. All right, that feels good. That side still has a little bit of a burr at the tip. Other than that, we're good. Close proximity to the Rockies. Yeah. I was... one of the things that I think is interesting, the like Yellowstone area of the country, how it's like a break, like how the weather there is so intense, but it's because there's like a break in the Pacific Cascade Mountains. Maybe Cascade Mountains. So the weather like gets in from the West Coast. And all of the like wet air, humid air, like dumps snow on that region because it all like condenses and gets through like one kind of narrow, geographically speaking, narrow area of the mountain ranges. And like it just comes out the other side near that area of the US, which I think is really fascinating. Whoa, I definitely just pulled that towel into the floor and almost stabbed myself in the foot. Bad luck. Okay, Gwen and, well, the car is home. I don't know who's in the car right now, but if Calvin comes in, I'm gonna have him go right back out to the store to get some ice. A bag of ice for me. Soflo says it's similar with close proximity to the Rockies. Yeah, like anytime you've got this mountains and large bodies of water are just like going to change things. What is a Chinook in the context of what you're saying? I know a Chinook is a helicopter, but I live in a place where the military is like, you know, a lot. We kind of hear about it a lot. Okay. And this is the 600 grit paper. So we're working on it. Soflo says, Chinooks are warm, dry, gusty, westerly winds that blow down from the Rocky Mountains into the mountains, eastern slopes, and the western foothills. Gotcha. So it's a specific type of wind. Hey, how you feeling?
No.
Yeah? Okay, we're back. Like the Canadian version of the Santa Anas. Okay. That's kind of wild. I've heard of the Santa Anas. I mean, as recently, because of all the fires in California, that was a big thing, right? Interesting. Yeah, I only know Chinook is like a military helicopter. And I'm sure it is a native, either Native American or Native North American term in some capacity. All right, this blade looks good. Yeah, you can see my fingers now. This is all the like stuff that's like coming off. All right, that looks good. As soon as we're done this, I'm gonna pop that fish in the oven. That should only take a minute or two. Well, actually, when I'm done this, we're gonna start the ice cream in the ice cream maker. Then we're gonna pop the fish in the oven. So the ice cream should take like 30 minutes or so. All right, just dropped another knife, and we're not doing too good today, are we? Not in that context. All right, this looks great. Do I feel a burr? No. No. All right. Daisy, stop. Stop. As soon as people get home, Daisy goes nut wild.
Also separate from Rico, my finger hurts because I fell on the fake glass, and when I did it, it was like
Okay, yeah.
nail.
Oh no. Okay.
So that I felt like that.
Yeah. Oh, so you're just not in a good spot right now, huh? Okay. Well, you're home, and no, I'm making Calvin's home. Welcome in. Hello. This is not just a knife sharpening stream. I have made coffee for the fridge. I started making some ice cream. I cut up a canary melon for you for a snack. Little canary melon is in the fridge. I am in the middle of sharpening the second of 3 knives that I'm sharpening. I also cleaned these knives. And after that, we're going to finish making dinner. Dinner is in progress on the stove and on the counter.
So ETA.
ETA is 1930 for dinner. I would expect to sit down at the table and eat dinner at 1930. Okay. I would expect to do that. And what might actually happen is not that. Yeah, y'all, he's doing all right. He had Yeah, that's fine. He had a little interpersonal conflict with another kid at the playground after school. Hit his hit his finger on the ground, like fell and hit his finger in a weird way. So I think he just needs some like chill time to feel safe and recalibrated at home. Whose nose says I hit some part of my body against some inanimate object nearly daily. I hit myself the other day, just like the side of my arm, like right here, like that meat right in your biceps the other day, and I just like doubled over. Yeah, like I was on the street and I just like I hit like a railing or something like that. It sucks. Good vibes. Thanks, y'all. We're almost finished with these knives. This is the polishing stone. As I stab my hand. It wasn't... Okay, I used the word stab. I poked it. Okay, Gwen doesn't want to know. Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. I dressed it, and this is just to keep this. Was it on stream? Yeah, it was on stream. Did it get clipped? No, I don't know. Did anybody clip me stabbing myself? I'm probably gonna go back and clip it myself if no one did. You see it getting shinier. Yeah, that is now polished. The edge of that blade. And see the edge of that blade. If you look right in my middle finger, this one right here, if you look right above that, you see like that little blue, there's like a little blue dot on the edge of the blade. That is the blue from the camera reflecting. So that blue dot is the camera. And so you can see like in the edge, how much shinier that edge is than the blade itself. That's what the polish tape does. And yeah, this should be nice and sharp now. Let's try it. If it didn't get clipped, you can't go back and clip it right now. So, anyway. Newspaper? Nope. Yeah. If you get it on the sharp, this newspaper is like very what's the word I'm searching for? It's not the right paper for this. Pretty sharp. All right. Last one. Last one is small. This will only take a moment or two. Not a moment or two. I mean, it'll take a reasonable amount of time. But I don't actually need the, I don't really need to move the blade table all that. I don't need to move the knife all that much on here. Newspapers are too fragile for testing purposes, Ninja Bacon says. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the thing that, like, you wrap the knives in if you're delivering them to someone else, but I usually use printer paper, just like white printer paper, but it doesn't. It's upstairs, and I'm not going upstairs to get it. So, who knows? Good luck on your interview. Are you prepared to ask questions of them too? I feel like that's always the thing from an interviewer's perspective. It's like if the person comes and they don't have any curiosity about the job. That's my only advice for interviewing, other than like just be yourself, and if they don't like you, then that's good, and not good. Sorry. If they don't like you, then that's on them, and it probably means you wouldn't like it there anyway. That's my hot take. All right, side one. Yeah, these small knives go real quick because it's like one and done. Side one. Done. Basic questions, exactly. If you don't like me, fucking good. That's the right attitude. Yeah. The interview goes both ways. I mean, certainly if you're like job hunting and like really need something, obviously you might approach it a little differently. But you gotta like where you're at. All right, taking the burr off of this one. Beautiful. That's there. Okay, that one's good. Next. Almost done here. I've been meaning to sharpen. I've been meaning to clean and sharpen these for some time. So this is actually quite satisfying to like finally get around to doing this, because they've just been in the drawer and now I can like use them and cycle them out into a life block, the knife block. Baker says, "If you don't like me, fucking good" plays out in Maddie Matheson's voice in my head. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's like I said. The interviews go both ways. You gotta get a good vibe from the people. Who's Nose says, "Interview me has manners and knows not to cuss every other word," which is good. Which is good. I support interview you and real you, because both of those things have an appropriate time. Okay, let's get the burr off the side. Calvin's back with my bag of ice. I stalled for long enough that I didn't have to go get ice myself. Beautiful. All right, we're almost there. Okay. Burr is done. That was the 400 grit.
Yeah.
Beautiful. This is the 600. Bag of ice for me? Great. Thank you. I'll put that in the freezer where the ice goes. Yeah, Callie, I'm thinking dinner is like very much in progress. It doesn't look like it, but it is. So I'm aiming maybe for let's say 1945. How's that? Yeah. Why don't you plan to come down then, regardless of whether or not I'm calling for you?
Oh.
Okay? Would that be fair? Okay. Beautiful.
Do I eat now or later?
Why don't you... I did get cut. Yeah. I poked myself with the tip of a knife. This knife specifically. I was cutting something and I was holding it like that, and I just like, instead of having my hand like this and being above it, my hand was like that, and I just went and it's right there. Yes. And it happened on stream. So
It sounds like it was after. I don't think I remember seeing you with that when I got home.
I did have this on my hand when you got home. It happened a couple hours ago. It wasn't while I was sharpening anything. It was during, I was cutting the potatoes.
Oh.
I was specifically cutting the very last potato, and I looked up and wasn't paying attention and poked myself. Not too bad. It'll be fine.
Don't look at all your things, kids.
Yeah. Right.
No.
Why don't you have a few of those now, or like a small bowl of those? Would that be okay? All right. Do you want to have a piece of canary melon as well? It's in the fridge. Just grab a slice out and eat it, like the other stuff, like normal. Here's a note that says, my mother tried to institute a swear jar, but she didn't give us any allowance. Well, that's setting you up to fail then, isn't it?
That good?
One where you got rickrolled by your own car. That's kind of amazing. Yeah. That's kind of amazing. How did that even happen? Ice Alan says, I'm glad I missed it. Blood and me don't mix. Yes. Well, I did show the folks who were here at the time watching, but there was a lengthy warning given in advance. So hopefully we didn't lose anybody to the void. All right, last grit here. Well, I don't actually know if anyone clipped it or not, but I'm going to go back and clip it anyway.
Wait, what? You cutting yourself?
Yeah,
This is the canary melon, right?
it is.
Looks like it's the only melon in there, so.
Yeah, I didn't like, I wasn't like, oh my god, look at this, oh my god, right away. I just like put pressure on it and held it above my head, and we moved on. Gwen came in and was like, why is there a first aid kit on the counter? I could have put that away, but I didn't.
The one.
You didn't. All right, last step for the sharpening side of things today. Get this little very subtle burr off the other side, and we'll be good to go. Beautiful. Okay. That was the 1000 grit. Now we'll use the polish tape. The polish tape is, I think, a 2000 grit if we're getting into like what it actually is. But I don't put any pressure on this one. It's just to like get a nice edge. Twinderella says, we have exploding soup clips. We may as well add a stab wound. Yeah. Yeah. And I think I've clipped in the past, me like dropping knives before, that kind of thing. There were lots of suggestions made on how to deal with a cut. I love all of that. I love all of the like, use super glue, use this for that. I think it's, I ended up just using a Band-Aid, some Neosporin, some Neosporin, a little bit of Aquaphor, and a Band-Aid. And then I wrapped this around it because the Band-Aid, it's in a weird spot. It's like right here. But on the other hand, and like when you close your hand, things like tend to change. Oh God. Yeah, thanks for that. The other like thing that I've done to myself on stream is a nice little hot soup clip of me exploding a blender live. If you're curious about other ways that I've significantly messed up, I wouldn't call this a significant mistake. Putting hot soup in a blender and turning it on and exploding all over the kitchen, that's a significant mistake. We won't do that again. No, we will not. Okay, let's put this kit back together and get this packaged up. We're gonna make ice cream next. So the next thing is getting the ice cream in the ice cream mixer, turning it on, and getting it in the mixer, adding ice, adding salt, turning it on, and letting it go. Once I'm done that, before I do that, I'm just going to take this cod that's behind me on the counter and put it in the oven so that it starts to cook. And then after we do that, then we'll start the ice cream maker. Because the ice cream maker has to run for about 30 minutes or so. I'm guessing. It said that it was said that it was roughly 30 minutes, but it could be longer. It could be shorter. Hopefully it's shorter, but I'm not going to add as much salt to it this time. I wanted to freeze slower. Who's Knows says my mother once dropped a homemade lasagna, a whole lasagna. If I'm her, I'm just like, I'm done. Like, I'm done. We're good. Like, what else is happening today? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. All right. Kit is looking good. I'm going to leave this towel out because it's wet. A tragedy, Jamie says, yes. Puzno says she followed up by taking a handful and chucking at the wall. And one would be forgiven for doing that. Absolutely forgiven for just doing that. Throwing it at another person? No. Taking a little bit and just being like, ah, fine. All right, this is ready. Did you do the all of the things? You turned your iPad off and turned it back on, completely off. You turned the Wi-Fi off and turned it back on.
Correct. Yes.
Because I can't. If mom's internet is working and my stream is still working, then the problem is the iPad. All right. We are ready to make some ice cream here. Ice Alan says, of the lasagna, I might be crazy enough to scrape the layers, not touching the floor. That would also be a reasonable response. It depends how it fell out of the thing. If it fell like face down and the whole thing was like that, yeah, I'm with you. We were scared, Who's Knows says. Yeah. Yeah, because you're like, what's going to happen next? Do I need to run? All right. 3 sharp knives. You see the edge of that. The edge of that is super shiny. Oh, glass dish. Yeah. Okay. In that scenario, no, you're not touching it at all. You're leaving it exactly as it is, and you are cleaning it up, and definitely not eating that. Yeah. No, I'm with you. You can't. If it's glass, it's over. There's nothing to be done about it at that point. Wait, I don't need that. I'm not cutting anything. All right. I am going to wash my hands, put the cod in the oven, start the ice cream maker, mash the potatoes, check the ice cream, move along. What did I say? Put the cod in the oven? All right, let me wash my hands real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna try not to hurt myself. That is valid. Also gonna try not to get this bandage too wet. It is waterproof and all, but you don't want to get soaked here. Okay. Fish in the oven. Cook that. Let's set a timer. Let's set a timer for 15 minutes. That's 1 hour and 50 minutes. That's not what we want. 15. Okay. My ice cream has been in the fridge now for 3 hours and 10 minutes. The recipe says to refrigerate for at least 3 hours or until cold. Don't forget to push start. I did. Got it. There's my fish timer. There's my timer for how long the ice cream's been in the fridge. Got it. All right, let's get this ice cream maker out. Now, this is a electric ice cream maker. We have a paddle attachment, which goes in the middle. This goes on top of the ice cream container. So this says, before churning, add in the cantaloupe puree and stir until incorporated. Churn the ice cream mixture in the bowl of your ice cream machine according to your manufacturer's instructions until it is thick and the consistency of soft serve ice cream. All right, let's get this out. This is absolutely cold. Who's nice? We're proud of you. Thank you. And it is definitely cold. I've got my mixture. I have some ice here. We have rock salt for the ice cream. For the ice to help it cool even more. So we're going to take this plastic wrap up. I'm going to stir in my, nope. Got it. Okay, I'm going to stir in this cantaloupe juice. That's pretty well incorporated. Mick says, every time I see Lou's ice cream machine, I fully have to remind myself it's not a cider press. No, it's not a cider press. And it's also, I don't mean to disappoint any of y'all, but it's really just a plastic bucket. And like, if you push hard enough, these are cedar, these staves are cedar, but they're not like connected to anything. They're just like, they're just for show. Okay, so I have my ice cream bucket for the inside of this machine has been in the freezer. So we're going to add the ice cream to the bucket. I'm going to add the frozen mixture to the bucket. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Smells good. It is just for aesthetics, that's correct. It will mix together from the machine itself. I'm just like, letting it do its thing before that. Okay, so this goes in like that, sits on the bottom. The lid sits on the top. And then the motor sits on top of that. And that is ready to go. Now, I need to put some ice in here, as well as some of this rock salt. So I'm going to get this bag of ice that I just had Calvin get for me at the store. Okay, excellent. Now, the directions for this specific ice cream maker say to Follow the directions in the how to operate section. Here we go. How to operate. Okay, before I add the ice, make sure it's broken up. Got it. Fill the bucket with a small layer of ice, evenly distributed around the base of the container. Cover the first layer of ice evenly with a thin layer of rock salt. Regular table salt or kosher salt can also be used. The more salt you use, the better. Repeat steps 10 and 11, layering the ice and salt until it reaches the top of the canister. Stop when the top of the mixture reaches the bottom of the drainage hole on the side of the bucket. Adding more ice may cause the mixture to leak out of the drainage hole. As the ice melts down 2 to 3 inches, you may add more ice and rock salt to the bucket. Okay, so we're going to open this bag. I'm going to take ice, pour ice around the base. Spread that out evenly. I'm going to get a stick, kind of even that out, and then add rock salt, ice cream salt to it. And we're going to add more ice. So as this melts down, I should be able to add ice from a freezer. I should have just enough ice in the freezer to accommodate the rest of this recipe. And if not, I'm going to be yelling for Calvin to go to the store again. But hopefully that doesn't need to happen. All right, that looks good. We'll put the ice around the edge first with the rock salt for adding the mixture to the inside bucket. I mean, for this purpose, it's like really, once this is all set up, it's like easier to just kind of dump the ice in around the edges. I feel like if I didn't do that, I might not be able to get the bucket in there completely, because it has to sit on the inside and get it has to sit on the inside in like a specific spot. So I'm just going to add right up to the top of the bucket here, a little ice from the freezer. And then we're going to start this going. A little bit more salt. And I think we're ready. All right, let's start this. Start, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Or folks. All right, that's going. I'm going to set a timer for the ice cream now. The 20-minute timer. And we're just going to let that mix. Okay. Let's go and dip into our dinner. I'm going to finish that up now. So I want to mash these potatoes now. These are fully cooked. They're cold. Totally fine. I can still mash them. I can still mash them with sour cream. I can still mash them with some butter that I'm going to melt in a bowl in the microwave. And then I'll mix in the cabbage. So to melt our butter. Because obviously these are mashed potatoes and they need butter. That's one way to test the potatoes. I mean, I did like, I was eating them earlier. Or I pulled one out and smashed it with a spoon earlier. So that one tasted done. I feel like that one that I just had was also was fine. 1 minute at power level 7. Let's check this fish. The fish has been in there. What did I set the fish for? 10 minutes? 15? I forget. Fish is not done. Shockingly enough. I am going to use a potato masher. Make sure you don't overmix. Hopefully I won't. That's the goal. The goal is to make this nice and not overmixed, but I can't promise that it won't be. We're gonna try. I'm gonna check it at about 10 minutes and not check it, but I'll like put an eye on it. And depending on where the ice is, I might check it again kind of after that. A steak and potato salad, it's 70 degrees, Husne says. We'll fix summer night. That sounds amazing. Sounds like that roof deck is in order. If you overmix it, it turns into butter. Yeah. And if you cool it too quick, it also gets grainy, which is what happened to me the last batch that I made. I chilled it. I put like a ton of rock salts in the mix, and I think it just cooled too fast. So that's like also a thing that could happen. So mashing. I don't need this to be very smooth. I kind of want this to be like a chunky mashed potato because I'm adding cabbage into it, and the cabbage is not going to be smooth. So if the potatoes are also a little chunky, that's totally okay. So I'm adding butter. I'm also going to add a little bit of that heavy cream that I have in the fridge that I used for the ice cream. And probably add a little bit of sour cream because I like the tanginess, and a little bit of that pesto, not a little bit, the rest of this pesto from last week. So these are just going to be like loaded mashed potatoes. Buttery ice cream. I mean, like, sorry, you have sweet butter now. Could be, there are worse things that you could have. Shaking, Husner says, in elementary school, is shaking a jar full of milk to make butter a shared experience. I did not do that in school that I recall, but I've definitely done that in life. I've also accidentally made butter in the blender before. The same thing, just a lot quicker than shaking it. The blender's like, and butter. Like that quick. I guess I can turn the ice cream timer as counting how long it was in the fridge off. Right? All right. All right, a little bit of heavy cream. How much? I don't know. That much. Some sour cream. Is this open? It is. So this isn't open yet. I'm not going to open it for potatoes. This definitely needs some salt and pepper. And so once this is incorporated, I'll add the cabbage. We'll mix that in because that has salt and pepper on it. And then we'll figure out the seasonings. Ice cream in a Ziploc bag. Yeah. That sounds like a youth camp type of thing to do. All right, kids. Say we're making ice cream in a Ziploc bag. That was hot. Okay, timer just went off. That was for the fish. We'll check those in just a second. I'm pretty sure the fish is not done quite yet. So I'm adding roasted red cabbage in here. I roasted this earlier in stream. It's been just sitting on the stove behind me for a while. It's at room temperature now. So all of this potato, I'm going to add this whole pot into the oven before serving it so that it warms up just a little bit. Because everything in here is kind of cold right now because it's been sitting on the stove for a while. J Monk, welcome in. Buttered popcorn ice cream sounds amazing, uncommon. I would definitely eat that. Little cups of herbs. Little egg cups of things is such an elementary school thing to have. That is a familiar experience. Egg cup crafts. I thought the cabbage was purple potatoes. They are not. I just added the cabbage because I had like a small half a head of red cabbage left, and cabbage and potatoes is good. All right, we're getting cold. How's this ice looking? Good. Looking good. The ice cream has not started to like rise yet in the container, but it is spinning nicely. So I'm just going to let it go. Just Judo, welcome in. We're making a lot of things today. Right now, I have two things going. I have cantaloupe ice cream that's in this container, spinning currently. It's been in there for 18 minutes and 40 seconds. I have potatoes in this bowl. These are red potatoes and red and russet potatoes plus red cabbage in there, and I just added a big scoop of the rest of the pesto from last week. And I'm going to taste this in just a second and figure out what these potatoes need. I have fish in the oven currently, so we're making cod, just like a big piece of cod that I seasoned with pesto. That's in the oven. I need to check that in a minute. I'm getting the seasoning done for this first before I put this in the oven to warm up. A little bit more salt. A little bit more pepper. I'm also going to add a little bit more milk to this so that we have it's a little bit more liquidy. I'm past the point of the potato masher. Now using the spoon to stir. No, heavy cream. We want heavy cream. So once I'm finished with the potatoes, I'm going to check the cod. Then we're going to have a 3-minute break. We're going to play Game Awards on stream, our last Game Awards on stream for the stream. And then when we come back, we're going to finish up. Going to take the cod out. And hopefully we'll be finishing up some ice cream by then too. This has been churning now for 10.5 minutes. So we're getting into the second half of the churn. The potatoes are good. Still is not quite rising yet, but that may be just it's not cold enough. I may need more rock salt on the ice to drop the ice temperature down. But I was really worried about the temperature of the ice being too cold and freezing it too quick and then having it be icy. So if it doesn't freeze all that quick, to me, it's a little better than having too much. Too little is preferred to too much in this specific scenario. Ninja bacon. Ninja bacon. Bacon ice cream sounds right up your alley. So we were talking about savory ice creams earlier today, and the idea of like candied bacon. Candied bacon was a good one. All right. I'm gonna pop this over here. Let me check these fish pieces in the oven. Those are looking great. I'm just gonna take the temp here, because they're starting. The big one is starting to come apart. The big one is 100. Low temp 95, high temp 112. Okay, so these aren't quite there yet, but they're almost there. So we're gonna do a quick break. When we come back from the quick break, we're going to take this fish out of the oven. I'm gonna give this 6 more minutes on the clock. I'm also, while I have the oven open, I'm just gonna put this pot of potatoes right in there, and that can just start to heat at the same time. I'm also gonna pop this bread in here. That can also heat at the same time. So 6 minutes from now, we'll have some stuff to pull out of the oven. Hopefully the fish is done then. And the ice cream is not growing. Usually it gets bigger, so we'll see. Prisna says one day I'll remember to check in when I arrive. You don't have to check in. It is not mandatory. Checking in will also help with Cookie Club entries. Every 20 check-ins is a Cookie Club entry. So you do want to check in if you like entering for Cookie Club. Speaking of that, we have a couple more streams before the end of the month. If you're not up on your Cookie Club entry redeems, maybe you want to do that. Just Judo, I hope you have a good night too. Thank you for saying hi. Surfluff, enjoy parkour. That sounds fun. We'll be live again tomorrow. Flashback to savory cookie combo. I asked for that recipe recently and got a version of it. I have yet to try it. I asked my mom for it. She said she was going to make the recipe that she sent me this week. So I was like, I'll wait. It does otherwise become soggy, Ninja. You're right. That's a good point. You can't just toss cooked bacon into ice cream. That would not be good. How would ice cream grow when all it's doing is becoming solid? I mean, it expands. When things freeze, they expand. So it expands a little bit. We'll see. All right, we're going to play a quick game of words on stream. We're going to play a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, here comes your ad. Here's words on stream, and we'll be back in just a few moments. Alrighty. There we go.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Yeah, this is definitely still a liquid in there, or it's still liquidy. I can see it. I can see in the ice cream right now that there are bubbles sort of like floating around as it passes through the thing in the middle. I don't even know what to call that. So it's not quite there yet. That's okay. We're just managing the dishes in the sink now, continuing to move things from the sink to the dishwasher. Dishwasher is pretty full at this point. I might just run it in a moment here. I don't think our dishes from dinner are gonna fit in here. Right. No. Dishes from dinner are not gonna fit in. It's full. All right, my little microphone from earlier in the stream that kept dying is fully charged now. All right. Timer is counting down. Welcome back. For all of y'all who are on Twitch experiencing an ad break, you've returned. Welcome. Alley Cat's Corner, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. 14 months is a long time to have been hanging around, and I know you've been around for longer than that. That's just sub time, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you for using your Prime resub on the channel. If you love a Prime subscription, you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to a channel for free. You hit that little crown that's on the right-hand side of your video screen, and it will direct you where to go. We're finishing up a game of Words on Stream. My timer just went off for the oven, but we're going to wait for a moment and check that when we're finished. When we're finished checking the stuff in the oven, we're going to check the ice cream, which timer is about to go off for that as well. I definitely don't think it's ready to go yet, which is totally fine, but we're going to see where we're at for everything. Both the fish and the ice cream. Okay, hopefully that was the last ad break of the stream. Thank you all for your patience. Those of you who got ads, appreciate it. We don't do pre-roll ads on the channel, so when you come in, whether you're a subscriber, Twitch Turbo member or not, you do not get an ad when you hop onto stream. We do the ads in the middle of the stream, we announce them, play Words on Stream. Anyway, let's check the ice cream first, because the timer is going off for that, and that was a 20-minute timer. So we're just gonna there's no on-off for this. It's just plugged in or not, so we got unplug. And I'm gonna take this motor off, and we'll see where we're at. Let's see where we're at. It says it's supposed to be the consistency of soft ice cream. It is getting there, is not quite there, is getting there. Needs some more time. Needs some more time. What I don't need in here is more ice, because I've got some stuff around the outside here that is frozen. That's like a sorbet, but that's coming along. I'm going to give that another like 10 minutes or so, and we'll see where we land. We'll see where we land at the end of that. It tastes really good. I just tasted a little bit of the, I just tasted a little bit of it, and it's pretty tasty. Put the liquid in before the ice. You mean that the liquid wasn't cold enough? Getting a layer on the outside gets frozen more than the other. Could it also be because I chilled the inside, or I chilled the container that it's in? I mean, I feel like it's really coming along. It's just not completely frozen yet. And I just scraped that off the inside. All right, I'm going to give that 10 more minutes. So we're going to go by half again, as much as we did on the first round. And like I said, this doesn't need any more ice because the ice that's in here is not at all down as low as, like the ice is up to here. The ice cream only is up to here. So it has not sunk below the level of where the ice cream is. So I don't think I need to add any more ice to it. I'm wondering if maybe need to just like shift the ice that's in here, kind of press that down a little bit. And now let's check that fish. This should be finished by now. It's definitely finished. Kuzno says, I like the way cantaloupe is spelled. I find it pleasing. I do too. I do too. It's kind of great. 160. Great. I got 140 in the middle of this. 150. 140. Whoa! Thermometer just came right out of there. I'm going to give these a little flip. I'm going to pop them in there and back in the oven for another five or so minutes. Mainly this big one, this like big piece of fish is a little, I just want to make sure it's cooked all the way through. Okay. 5 more minutes for these. Take the bread out. That's probably warm by now. Definitely warm. And the mashed potatoes, I'm going to stir. I'm going to stir and put back in the oven. If you were watching real closely there, you just saw me drop this pot onto the floor. I'm going to try to mix as soon as the liquid gets put in. That makes sense. Next time. Can't change it now. Literally can't do anything about it now. So, suggestion acknowledged. At least it didn't go upside down. I know. Am I okay? Yeah, I mean, I burned my hands just a little bit. The reason I dropped it was because I was using a towel and the edge of the handle that was hot from the oven caught up the side of my finger. That's an actual burn. Great. So I miss another mishap. I just dropped the pot. don't go outside, Ice Allen says. I do not plan to go outside again today. So, all accidents will be sponsored by staying inside. Yeah, great. Same hand, too. When it rains, it pours. Let's see. We got a cut and a burn on the same hand. What else could I do there? I should probably just go ahead and, like, get out the crab mallet and hit my finger a time or two, right? That would make the most sense. Okay. That's fine. We got some plates for dinner. I did. I got squirted on my fish, too. But that was really, that was non-harmful. No, Baker, we did not recommend cauterization. That is true. That would also have worked in that scenario. Did we? Did someone recommend cauterization? I don't remember it, but like, I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't recall it. The immediate ice prevented a blister. Yeah. We're just adding on top of the pile today. All right. Okay, this is now looking like the consistency of like a soft ice cream. So I think we're good to go. I'm going to what do I want to do? I'm going to stop this. I'm going to take this out. I'm going to put this ice cream in a pan, and then I'm going to put it in the freezer. I am going to put it in a loaf pan because it says to, so I'm going to do that. It specifically says, spoon the ice cream into a shallow container or loaf pan. Freeze for at least 4 hours or until solid. Great. Yeah. Soft ice cream consistency. I can't see a loaf pan and not think about banana bread. I know. Speaking of banana bread, who knows? We're going to make banana bread this week. We're going to make banana bread on Thursday during a trip prep stream. I'm going to be prepping some camping foods. Nothing super complicated this time around. Just all the stuff that I don't want to do while I'm outside. All right. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. So I'm going to put this in the loaf pan, and I'd like, if this turns out well, I'd like to transfer it to like little pint containers. But I want to cool it off in here first, because that's what it says to do. So that it's like flat and consistent. So we'll obviously try some of it right now, but it's not quite ice cream yet. It's got a little bit of like more chilled stuff from the outside. So I'm going to give this a little stir to kind of incorporate everything completely that I just like scraped off the sides. And we'll put this in the freezer. we go. Lanzarelli, welcome in. Nice to have you. Ooh. That is really good. Yeah, that's real good. Okay. Now this is the part where if I wanted to add like solid pieces of cantaloupe, I would add those right now before going in the freezer. In Jamaican, you were cooking hamburger and burnt yourself in a frying pan. It happens. It does happen. And you're never expecting it to happen. It just happens because, you know, no one expects to burn themselves. At least not in a normal scenario. All right, ice cream is in. That didn't work. I just went to toss an ice cream in the sink or ice cube in the sink and missed. Fantastically missed. Whose nose said pumpkin, banana, applesauce bread. I love all of those things. Was the applesauce in place of like oil or eggs? Metal freezes on the outside a bit much and will crystallize the ice cream on the edges. I am going to do the pan that it's in, and we're going to accept the results. And we will learn if it's not what I want. And we will do it differently the next few times. I've only made ice cream 3 times ever. This is the 3rd time, and I am feeling better about this one than the last one. And the first one was devastatingly easy, so. The first one was like the most basic of basic recipes. Okay. Liz, today is a poke myself with the tip of a knife and burn myself with a pot day. Welcome. Hope your meetings were as you needed them to be. Okay. Let's reset here. I need to get that fish out of the oven, and then we'll be ready to go. I told Calvin we're going to eat in 9 minutes from now, which we are very much on track to do. I did also revise my statement. I had said 1930, and I was like, 1945. Yeah, the hands in this household are having a day. Right, Calvin also got his finger hurt today, so we're all just going through it. Dinner did go from egg salad to fish, Liz. Well, what happened was this was supposed to be dinner tomorrow night. Gwen and Calvin are not going to be home tomorrow night, so I don't need to feed anybody dinner tomorrow night. So I am making the dinner that I wanted to make tomorrow, today. To be fair, today was going to be egg sandwiches, which is different than egg salad. Egg salad would be very good and welcomed anytime. I was just going to fry an egg and put it on bread. That was my plan today. But things change. Like I said, Gwen and Calvin are not going to be here tomorrow. They're not going to be home for dinner, and I don't have to pick up Calvin from school. So I think tomorrow we're going to do an IRL stream. I think it's going to be during the day, plus even like it's going to be like noon to 6 p.m. or something of that nature tomorrow. So I'm not sure where we're going to go. It's going to be so beautiful here in Philadelphia tomorrow. Like so beautiful. 13 degrees, a little bit overcast, but kind of sunny. At least that's what the weather says. So I want to get outside. I want to do something outside, and I would like to I don't need to cook tomorrow. I don't need to be in the kitchen tomorrow, like literally at all. So I'm going to give myself a day off from any kitchen activities, and we'll do something fun out in the world. 13 degrees is beautiful. It is if it's in Celsius. 13 degrees Fahrenheit would be a terrible, terrible, terrible time to be outside. It is somewhere in the 50s, I believe. We're gonna do bowls for dinner tonight because this is sort of like a random one. I didn't know you were talking Celsius. Yes, Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit off the top of my head. It is something in the 50s. But Celsius is what my phone shows me the weather in. So that I know. I love a square bowl. I kind of love these bowls because they're like they're nice for serving stuff and you can kind of like lay it around the side. I kind of hate them as bowls though for like soup because they have corners and stuff like there's no like the spoon doesn't sit nicely on the edge of this thing. It kind of floats all around in the middle. Okay. I need to continue to remind myself that the handle of this pot is hot. Let's just leave the towel on it. All right, this is sort of mashed potatoes and cabbage. Got mashed potatoes and cabbage here with a nice piece of fish on top and then a little bit of bread on the side. I'm gonna put this back in the oven because I don't think it's completely warm yet, and I'm just gonna like keep it going. Bread. Piece of bread. Some butter. One of my favorite things are the little utensils that children have. Like we still have this in the drawer from when Calvin was using it as a knife. These are great for like charcuterie. If you ever go to someone's house and they have a bunch of like these kind of utensils for their charcuterie plate, you can tell them good job for reusing all of those things. All right, a little bit of butter and a piece of fish. There's your butter. I'm just going to use the same fork that I'm going to eat with to grab. I'm going to take this big piece. Great. Also want to take some of the pesto liquid from the bottom of this and kind of spoon it over the fish. So I've got some pesto on here. This is the pistachio pesto that I made last week. All right. Take a picture of this and then I'll show y'all and I'll tell you how it is. Dinner today was an ongoing process and relatively easy from a execution standpoint. Take this bowl. Okay. Lord Velos, if you are still in chat at all, present, hearing the sound of my voice, I know you asked earlier if I had a raid the stream redeem. I do not, but if you had asked earlier, so perhaps you had a specific reason for asking. If you're still here, let me know. If not, no worries. Easy from an execution standpoint, Baker says, taxing on the body. Yeah. Today was an exercise in kitchen activities and personal injury. Who's new says yours truly doesn't like soup, so that's a non-issue. I do like soup, but it can be dangerous for you sometimes. I love these bowls in black. Yeah, these are the only color I have, but you know. Oh, okay, yeah, the other injury was just recently. I burned my finger, side of my finger, right directly underneath of my thumb. There's like a little white spot there. That's a nice little burn. Mental fortitude, right? Hold on. I don't think that one got counted. I know. Okay. Let me show you what we made for dinner. Here's what we made for dinner. Dinner tonight is mashed potatoes. The mashed potatoes have it's two types of potatoes. There's red potatoes and russet potatoes. There's roasted red cabbage in there. There's sour cream. There's heavy cream. There's butter. There's salt. There's pepper, and not much else. There's also pesto. There's also pesto on this big piece of fish here. There's a piece of cod roasted in the oven with pesto all over it, and a piece of whole grain sourdough bread to like do all the other stuff with. Anyway, this is dinner. There you go. Potatoes, fish, and we're ready to try. Also, I've dropped a pot on the floor. I broke the lid to my... Here are all the things that went wrong on stream today. Let's recap. 1, I stabbed myself in the palm. It bled a lot, and I had to bandage it. 2, I burned my hand. Same hand on a pot. I dropped that pot on the floor when I burned it. No harm, no foul in dropping the pot. The pot had the potatoes in it and it landed upright. And I also broke the lid to my sugar container just by dropping it on the counter. I dropped my thermometer. I got sprayed by fish juice when I tried to take the fish's temperature. I dropped a knife on the floor. I dropped a knife on the floor again. I dropped a spoon on the floor, which I didn't even mention because it just happened and I picked it up and put it in the sink. Today's been. But we're here. We're about to eat dinner.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Perfect timing. And I got butter on myself. We're gonna try again tomorrow, okay? But let's see how dinner is, and we'll figure it out. The potatoes have all this cabbage in them, which is amazing. Yes, the potatoes are excellent. The potatoes were safe from the dropping of the potato pot on the floor. Oh my god, I love pesto. We were talking about chugging things before. Water, corn syrup. I feel like pesto is one that you could really have a go at if you got some liquidy pesto. I was manipulated by the fruit vendor at Reading Terminal earlier today. Never had mashed potatoes with cabbage in it. It's good. There is a dish called Colcannon that is basically like cabbage and mashed potatoes. I know there's some more specifics to Colcannon than just cabbage and mashed potatoes, so I hesitate to call this that, but it is a good. It is good. I think you can put anything in mashed potatoes, really. Okay, before the fam eats, before I eat all of this, I want to sit and talk to the family at dinner time. As much as they're just like, Dad, can you please just let me play chess on my iPad? Luke, can you please just let me play Fortnite? We're gonna sit together and eat dinner for just a little bit, and then we can go back to our corners and our electronics. Let me talk a little bit
A little bit about the rest of the week. Who's Knows says it might have been a rough one. And I love to support you. Can't speak for everyone, but anyone who disagrees can get fucked. Hey. Thank you for that. I appreciate the support. The rest of the week, I think tomorrow is on the schedule for what time are we on the schedule for tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm on the schedule on the calendar for 4 to 7:30. I right now am going to bump that in Discord to noon to 6. I might be live a little earlier than that. Actually, let's try 8:30 on the East Coast. Let's aim for I'm gonna aim for an 11:30 a.m. start time, which means we'll probably start at noon. I'm gonna do an IRL tomorrow. I'm not sure what the IRL is. We have a couple options though. We could I don't have access to a car, so we could walk around in the city and just like look at some interesting stuff. I could go to a bunch of different cookie places, which is something I was definitely considering. I could go to a couple of different bakeries, which is also something I was considering. I was also considering going to a couple of different water ice places. Anyway, we're going to be live tomorrow for a few hours. We'll do an IRL out and about in the city, go to Pat's. I am maybe not going to go to Pat's. There's a chance I might walk by Pat's, but like, honestly, y'all, I'm not going to waste my precious fullness on a Pat's sub. There's some other things. I was looking, like, we could get ice cream different places. We could go places and get cannolis or danishes or soft pretzels or water ice, tomato pies, donuts, gelato. All of these things I was thinking of, like, let's go a bunch of different places and try them. We could go to Bartram's Garden. We could go to Mount Moriah Cemetery. We could go biking. We could go on a bike ride tomorrow, which would be fun. But maybe tomorrow we do a couple Philly staple foods. We do like a pretzel, gelato, a tomato pie, and some water ice. Maybe. Anyway, we're going to do a live stream tomorrow in the real world outside of this house. I'll let you know. I'm going to figure it out tonight. But we'll be live tomorrow. That's going to be the move. Thursday this week is also going to be a stream. I'll be live probably a little bit later on Thursday than the calendar says. I think the calendar says 1 p.m. Calvin has a half day on Thursday, so we're probably going to might go to the playground after that. So Thursday we're definitely going to do a stream. At minimum it will be dinner time, meaning I might end up starting at like 4 p.m. We'll adjust the calendar and you can check in Discord what that's going to be. I will also post about it somewhere. I'll post about it in Discord in the notifications channel if I am making changes. So if you're not in Discord, then, you know, suffer. Velos, thank you. Perfect. Amazing. Yes, we're going to go visit John. Velos, just a few minutes ago, I was actually like, hey, Lord Velos, are you still alive and hanging out? Because I wanted to know where you wanted to go. Where is John streaming? He's not streaming in Food and Drink. He must be in Just Chatting. Regardless, we are going to go visit Chef John Long. He's having his 5-year anniversary. He's in Just Chatting. Thank you, Robbie. I appreciate it. All right. I always look in Food and Drink first, and that is why I didn't see him. I'm definitely a homer. I'm like, hey, we're gonna keep it in the family. I can't find him. Chef John. There he is. All right. I should just type that into the raid thing instead of into the. Anyway, let's go see Chef John. Chef John has a mission to put Asian in your mouth.
And it's his 5-year stream anniversary, not partner anniversary, not affiliate anniversary, but today, 5 years ago, Chef John first went live. Let's raid Chef John today. Chef John is a big supporter of the channel. Again, like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. And we're gonna do some IRL stuff. We're gonna start sometime between 11:30 and noon. And if you want to keep up with me between streams, there's some links in chat for you. Thank you for the raid messages so far. I appreciate it. Wait, pause. Was that? Yes, it was. I really appreciated hanging out today with y'all today. It was a good one. I had fun despite some injuries. But streaming is always fun. The ups, the downs, the poking yourself with a knife. But to finish off our day, we just had our daily little sub goal here. Adorable, thank you for being a member of our channel. Thank you for hanging out for 25 months. Thank you for your tier 1 resub. Oh, the best resubs. The best subs are tier 1. Someone hitting that subscribe button. Injuries, was there blood? There was, just a little bit, but not a ton. And it wasn't all over the counter. Anyway, there'll be some clips of it. Mama Tuesdays. Let's not start a trend. Let's go visit Chef John. We're gonna be live again tomorrow. Tell Chef John hi. Here's some raid messages in chat again. Here's the social media links in chat again. Thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate y'all. If I don't see you in chat, I'll see you soon.